Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans of all genders, really. You don't have to be a boy or a girl. Whichever gender you are, get that gendered ass in here. And if you don't have an ass, whatever part of you do have, plop her down and get comfy. I like all of you. I don't care what's going on with your bod. I think you're pretty rad. Hi, guys. I am disgusting. Like, genuinely such a gross heap of garbage today. No makeup. I am wearing the bun that I slept in and just my nightgown. So don't expect a tremendous display of beauty. But we will hang out today. I haven't set up my crochet area yet, so I will do that while we are talking. You guys are going to watch me awkwardly push my keyboard like behind my monitors, and it's very silly. It's a very silly situation I have going on. I always knew Doxy was bad at telling the date. Uh-oh, what'd I do? What's the date? Opposite day was... Stop, guys. No, I'm a disgusto. You guys are sweet. You guys are really genuinely sweet, but I can feel the grease on my face. Like, I'm disgusting. It's okay. It's okay. Today I decided to have a gremlin day, and I'm living it. And I'm here, like, I'm in a great mood. So we don't have to go overboard. We don't have to go crazy. It's fine. Everything is fine. It's good to see you all. It's good to see you all. I'm very happy to see you all. We are going to, by the way, I meant to say I brought up water today. So when you tell me to hydrate, I could do it. I could do it with this water. My water is here. I can hydrate when you use it. I love greasy foods. Holy shit. See, Rana, I'm gonna use it, but I'm gonna refund you because that was a demonstration, and you're amazing. Thank you. Wow, wow, wow. I like deep cleaned my big my big water bottle. I deep cleaned it. It was very gross, you guys, last time I drank out of it. This is very disgusting. The water tasted sour, and I was like, what the fuck? And I looked in it, and you could, like, see the bacteria. I don't know how it happened because I had just cleaned it, like, 3 days before. And usually I clean it once a week. Nice. Usually I clean it once a week on shore day. I don't know how it got so gross. I must have, like, dropped something in it. I have no idea, or I didn't get it clean. I didn't get it clean enough. Either way, there was just visible bacteria floating around in my water bottle, and it was disgusting. I didn't get sick, luckily, except for like being grossed out. I definitely was grossed out. Anyway. Oh, hey, thanks, Fave. Hi. Different soap. I think I just washed it again, and it's fine. It's perfectly fine. I held it up to the light to look for the visible. I deep cleaned the I used Q-tips to get into the straw. It's the bacteria is baby aliens hatching. I don't know about all that. Okay. There we are. Let me really quickly manage rewards. No! I just clicked the wrong thing. Oh my God. I thought for a second, you guys, that I just closed my dashboard, and it was so scary and I hated it. Okay. Mark is complete. Will I would like to refund this. And then mark is complete. I don't like that it says reject. Cause I give refunds for fun a lot of the time. Like I'll let a bunch of them pass. Like I'll let a bunch of them build up for like a week, and then at the end of the week, I'll just reimburse everybody and be like, that week was free, and it's fun, and I like it, and it means that we just get to interact in fun ways that you get to impact. I love it. It's a good time. What's not to love about doing dares for your chat? All hail the lizard people. Yeah, if you guys are ready, we can go ahead and get right fucking into it. I will need a moment to get everything up and running here. I have to replug in the webcam. I have to move my keyboard. This means, by the way, that I cannot type for a while. Oh, please. Okay. All right. Everything's safe. We're good. Plug it in, plug it in. That was free for you, Glade, or whatever company just sang the jingle for. Fresh in 60 days, fresh in 7 new ways. Do you guys remember the 90s? I remember the 90s. I feel like that might have actually been late aughts. My cat is 2 little paws sticking out from under a blanket. Must be because that is very cute. Oh, God, I love it when they do tiny people things. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Head on, apply directly to the forehead. Oh, fuck. I remember. Okay, let's move over to our crochet seat. Obviously, it's not working. Obviously, of course. There we go. And as soon as I see 2 readies in chat, we will pop this bad boy wide open. I don't know how that got here. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take it today.
Past too, and one of the things I don't talk about, but
let's back it up just a little bit here. You know what? Here's something that we can do. There we go. I will back this up through all of the photographic evidence and stuff, and I'll sit here and watch it with you guys. It looks like they do it for about 7 minutes, and then after that 7 minutes, we'll start crocheting, okay? I think that that's actually genius. It's solid. I'm the best. What are you making, Doxy? Toilet seat cover / warmer? No, it's a hat so far. I was doing something a little bit more detailed, but I feel like we had some people that wanted to follow along or something. People weren't really loving the advanced yarn or the advanced technique, so we switched to simpler of both. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Lon is coming. Anyway.
When you had interaction with this reptilian, who seemed to be the guy, he was some type of hierarchy of some type. And he had underlings. He was a overseer some degree. But he told you that it's just going to be a beanie, supreme being.
Like, and then as soon as I'm done, we'll do a giveaway in chat.
And I've always thought, is God, their God, our God, the same God? Is it the same supposed being?
It's a possibility. It could be the same guy. We don't even know what God looks like. He could be a
Sure.
reptilian. He could be. He could look totally different from what we think. I mean, who said he's a guy with a white beard and sitting in a fuzzy chair? That's the kind of picture I would get. But I
That
read
just
this
looks like a
article
cat
out
on
of
a
this book. It's
couch
called The
to
Great
me.
Holy Spirit,
Like one of
and
those big
the
90s blue
Vatican
and
almost
white
burned this
striped
book, and it's
couches.
like a
That was like
continuation
the
of
big fat
what happened
overstuffed
to
arm,
Adam
and
and
there was a
Eve when they
cat
came out of
sleeping
the
on it.
garden and everything, and all the way up
This
to
looks like the
Babylon when
same
the
but
planet was
leather.
starting to flood from the polar caps melting and stuff, and the ice glaciers. And there was a female which was considered like a female Jesus, and she was a warrior. And it talks into that the God created the pathways to Earth as sure as a box tree, and imparts his golden vessels around the planet. Now, why would God need a golden craft? And
uh, hey Oz, how's it going? No idea what that means or what language that is. uh, I will do more advanced crochets. Creepy crochet is gonna be a staple of the channel. We've been having a good time with it. I get to interact with you guys while I'm crocheting and like just listening to whatever I want. I sent out a message today about a fun thing that we might be able to cover, but I can't. I don't want to say anything in case we can't. But I'm really looking forward to it. Anyway, here.
and the pathways he created the pathways to Earth as sure as the box tree. I don't know what about the box tree, but that must be the portals or stargates or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe
Make a
and
spider.
he
That's
talks about
definitely a amigurumi is a thing
Babylon
that
and
we
everything.
will
It's
be
called Babylon
exploring.
because he said let's confuse their language to slow them down, and so that's again he's using the word let's. There could be more than one God or scientist or whatever, but they talked about that there's each God that created our hands, one created our legs, one created our feet, and this is what the Vatican had. This was one of their books that they had in storage, and which is really interesting because I want to read the whole thing. So, but anybody's wondering, so look it up. It's called The Great Holy Spirit. Look that book up. It's got some cool information in it. And then
Please,
you talk
somebody look
about the
up that
book of
book.
Enoch.
Is anybody gonna look up that book? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. What's it called? Okay. Well, I was gonna. This is why I asked. I will rewind it. I will rewind it. Also, we determined that we think he's laying down, or he's like on a couch and like reclined, a couch or a recliner or something. Okay, I'm backing it up a little bit. He was talking about separate gods making all the different parts of our bodies. Like, yeah, okay.
It talks into that the God created the pathways to Earth as sure as a box tree, and imparts his golden vessels around the planet. Now, why would God need a golden craft, and the pathways he created the pathways to Earth as sure as a box tree? I don't know what about the box tree, but that must be the portals or stargates or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe and he talks about Babylon and everything. It's called Babylon because he said let's confuse their language to slow them down, and so that's again he's using the word let's. There could be more than one God or scientist or whatever, but they talked about that there's each God that created our hands, one created our legs, one created our feet, and this is what the Vatican had. This was one of their books that they had in storage, and which is really interesting because I want to read the whole thing. So, but anybody's wondering, so look it up. It's called The Great Holy Spirit. Look that
The Great Holy Spirit. Hi, Efnerella. How are you?
book up. It's got some cool information in it. And then you talk about the book of Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about all the gods in there, and the gods, angels, and head of his armies and everything else like that. there's a whole bunch of stuff going
Hanging
on
in there.
all
Thanks
around
for
us
asking. You're
that
sweet.
our brains are just locked out from. I don't know if that's because we're special or we're cursed. I don't know, but it's and I like my end goal is total enlightenment. I want to know everything what's going on. So I now believe in life after death, and I believe that you get to take your consciousness with
Hi,
you.
Ethan.
I think that's the miracle is the consciousness. It's not life, because I think the universe is in abundance of life. It's it's consciousness, and what exactly is consciousness? We're just now starting to scratch the surface of it. You know, what consciousness.
So sorry. I just realized that I have chat over their faces.
It really is. So that's where my research is falling through is what is consciousness,
Is
and
that
do
big
we
Ed
have
from
free
90 Day
will?
Fiance? I don't know. His
Is it
name
really
is
free
Lon.
will? And do I want to know those answers? I don't know. I don't know. But those are scary answers to answer because it might not be the ones I want to hear. But anyways,
Right.
that same thing goes with these guys. That I used to think if there was an alien encounter, it'd be like Close Encounters of the Third
Still
Kind,
like
but it's
3
not.
minutes of
It's totally not
images.
that way. It's
I don't know
and
why they're
these are the
lingering
same
on
people
this
that everybody
one.
else sees and talks about.
It's like
they come in these spaceships. They don't need spaceships, man. They come in portals, man. Shoot, I've seen a lot of spacecrafts, and I wasn't impressed with them unless I could see the rivets on them, and I've seen a couple of rivets on them. Some that was big enough for a jetliner to land on top of. So.
Well, you have. I mean, we've been showing some pictures up here of some of the portals that open up, and some of them you can see where they're coming through.
Yeah,
There have been others that show
that looks like
literally
it's
the
just a
one
still
has
from
the
a
lights
movie.
that you explained to me. The kind of thing it looks like a big long worm from top to bottom. That right there, it's up there
that
right
one,
now.
yeah, that's a portal, like a transporter, like you would see on Star Trek.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
so
I can't
amazing.
get over that he keeps calling it
I'd
Star
be scared
Trek.
to go in that thing because if it works like it does in Star Trek, it has to kill you in order to put you back together somewhere else. So are you the same person? You know what I'm saying? That's spooky because I was watching it go on. I was like, wow. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, so that was pretty good. That was a good picture right there. I'd never caught something like that. So
I've gotten probably more comments from that photograph than anything else because it's just amazing, and some of the variety of entities. And there's one up there now. It's like a humanoid type of entity. I mean,
oh yeah,
there's lots of humans like beings and such. You were even shown, and you believe you may have been bred. You were even shown a female.
A lamb
yeah,
that
yeah.
you thought may have be an offspring of yours.
Right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah, and they wouldn't let me touch her or anything else like that. She was wearing I think a Care Bear or Little Pony pajamas or something like that. She was cute as a button. I'm like, I didn't know what was going on at first, and they had her like behind a piece of glass, and they showed it to me, and she was looking at me. I was looking at her. And I was like, what's going on? And then they escorted her out. You know, they're like,
Are these
keep screwing up. Go ahead. You know, we'll make things rough on her.
Are these repeating? That's not Star Trek. It's Michael Crichton's timeline book. Hi, Vive.
You guys watching Star Trek in here?
No, Star Trek.
Okay.
I love you. That was nice. That was nice. Star Trek transporters don't kill and reconstruct you. I'm pretty sure, at least. Yeah, I don't know. Genuinely no idea. I feel like anything that you walk out of, it can't be that, because you wouldn't, like, your body wouldn't have the ability to hold itself. Like, I can't explain what I'm... Nothing.
But,
Nothing. I'm
I was giving
stupid.
him a hard time.
I feel like we wouldn't be put together well enough to, like, stand as our body was being built. It would have to, like, 3D print us laying down.
You've been trying to resist them, And then
The Great Holy
they
Spirit is kind of a
brought this
popular title
child
because of that whole
that
religion thing.
you
Yeah,
know,
okay,
to
that makes
you,
sense.
though
Sorry,
you
Matt.
couldn't
Thank you
touch
for
her or
looking.
you know, you couldn't interact with her, but it was basically a warning.
Yeah.
They were trying to hold that over your head.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, hey,
like,
the evidence is done.
They've done something like that one time in
Hi,
the past
Kool-Aid.
too. And,
How are you? I'm just taking a drink really quick, and then we'll switch back over to crochet.
But anyways, yeah. So they done stuff like that too, and shoot.
And then if they start showing
you
any
know,
more
I get
evidence,
people
I
ask me a
will
lot
pop her back up.
about you and these reptilians and some of these other beings that they actually do eat human flesh, and in some instances they eat each other.
Think, babe.
And you've seen it.
What?
Yeah. I got a
Thank you.
video of one of
They brought me coffee.
this you can hear him talking on
there.
Not
bad.
Very low
May
quality,
have fixed my Switch
but
Joy-Con drift issues. Hell yeah, I'm happy to hear
I'd love
it.
to clear it up, but it's they had one of the workers that was supposed to come and get me, and I got him on video, a picture of him. He was slower like a gecko, and the guy was going off on him, and next you know they paralyzed him. While he was still alive, they
nice.
cut off the top of his head, and he had his children up underneath his jacket, and they pulled it open, and they come out, and they was eating his brains. So it was like looked like spaghetti. And then he realized that I was watching.
I need to rewind this.
So yeah, I got a video of one of this. You can hear him talking on it. It's very low quality, but I can see.
This is way too hot for me to take a drink of. I need to move it over.
They had one of the workers that was supposed to come and get me, and I got him on video, a picture of him. He was slower like a gecko, and the guy was going off on him, and next you know they paralyzed him. While he was still alive, they cut off the top of his head, and he had his children up underneath his jacket, and they pulled it open, and they come out, and they was eating his brains. So it was like looked like spaghetti. And then he realized that I was watching him and getting him on video. So he got rid of one of his guys for the same thing as I was doing to him. I mean, it's like I got him on video. They act like they get in trouble when they get on video. Some of them want to be seen.
My goodness gracious!
And some of them seem like they want to make contact. You know, all of them are not exactly the same. It's like saying all humans are the same.
That's
seen
some business right there. Okay,
bad-looking humans. They want to do some pretty bad things. You know, and some humans that really wish for the world to straighten up. You know, and want things to be good for everybody. But that's sort of like they are. I mean, they're no different from us when it comes to that kind of personality. So I can't say they're all bad and they're all good, you know. So everybody always asks me, bad or good? I don't know. You consider humans good or bad? But
I wanted to talk about the fact and faked paranormal files, and I know in 2011, Fact and Fake Paranormal Files television series. They presented an episode on Your Encounters. They titled it Alien Intruder. And there was a point, and I remember this, and I've talked to Ben Hansen about this. There was a point where the earthworm phenomena manifested in the episode. And you had told me about this before. You had told me about this, and you had claimed to me that after each intrusion by these beings, your driveway would be covered with thousands of earthworms the next morning.
Thousands. I mean, thousands, not tens of thousands, 20s of thousands. I mean, there'd be so many of them, you couldn't walk down the driveway without stepping on them. I mean, they'll all be heading out of my yard, out, gone. And the night that they filmed that, it was in the low teens. I mean, it was cold out. I mean, worms don't come up out of the ground when it's that freaking cold out. They just don't do it. And that was they caught that. I mean, I told everybody, I says, don't be surprised if you all wake up and your clothes are inside out. It's like, but yeah, that was very cold that night. It was cold during the daytime. When we was out in front of the house. It was so cold I couldn't even talk. Nobody could talk. It was so cold out that weekend. So
you told me that the earthworm thing got so bad that you'd come out there with the hose and
hose them off.
down onto the street. I bet your
I
neighbors
can't
were not
believe
happy.
that the thing that he's complaining about, if he is
there was,
supposedly getting
it
fucking
was wondering what
abducted
the hell
every
was going
goddamn
on and
night,
stuff, you know.
Yeah.
is having
I
to
couldn't drive. I did it one
hose
time. I drove by the
earthworms off
driveway.
of
He was
his
all over the driveway, and I
driveway.
drove, and that was
I
the wrong
just
thing to do. It just made a big mess.
Oh, I
stop.
bet.
Yeah, so the best thing for me to do is
What?
a
I
leaf
don't know
blower
how to
and
make
get them
this
off, and you had to hose them
tighter.
off. So,
I need bay.
Mhm.
so that's what I would do is just hose them off. You know, it's like, what's going on, Dave? Hey. So it's, you
Well,
ever seen
I know
that
during
before?
Whatever, it's
I
fine.
know during the
Okay,
filming,
so
you were in the bedroom. Now you had moved out of the house, and you actually got permission from the new owners to come back and
Right,
do the filming. And you were in the bedroom, and you were sitting on the bed. The crew was situated in a van outside the house, and they were monitoring you.
I'm a big dumb
And
idiot.
at one
Give me a
point,
second.
you
I'm
you
so sorry.
exclaimed that you sensed that the alien beings were present, and
I was hearing that.
the equipment started going nuts in the van.
Right.
You know, the electrical interference was detected on all the monitors. After a few minutes, the interference stopped. And when the crew walked out of the van, they noticed that the yard was covered with earthworms.
Yeah.
And,
This is what I want. I'm being
you know, the
such
FBI
an idiot.
voice
I'm
analysis
so
expert
sorry,
later
everybody. Okay.
administered
3,
a
4,
deceptive voice
5.
examination of you,
Fuck me.
which you
What
passed
a big
on all
dumb
levels.
Dumbo.
They just could not debunk you. They tried. You know,
Yeah.
I talked to I had Ben Hansen on Beyond the Edge Radio not long after that, and we talked to him about it. And you know, and I asked him point blank. I said, "Well, what do you think was going on?" He said, "You know, I can't explain it. We could not debunk it. You know, the earthworm thing that's what really freaked him out." So, yeah, if you do get a chance to watch that, because it's on YouTube, if you get a chance to see that episode, it's really interesting. And you know, I was a little upset with them because I thought they were trying to mess with you a bit, but overall, though, they just could not. They couldn't debunk it.
Well, you know, Ben Hansen was like one of my biggest skeptics, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
He was, but now he goes around promoting my stuff now.
Mhm.
And I sent you a video on that from the Congress of UFO or UFO Congress or whatever. Or he did a presentation using my stuff on there. So yeah. So and he showed stuff that wasn't never shown before too. So I sent him some of the emails and stuff. I lost his email. I'm not in contact with him anymore. But yeah, he put stuff on the internet that we think it's you know, they be hoaxing this and all that. But I didn't know it was him at first that put it on there. But yeah, he was my biggest skeptic that was online, but he's not anymore. So now that they did the shooting and stuff. So, but yeah, that's yeah, that was pretty cool that he did that, you know. But I know he can't take it back off the line, but oh well, it don't matter. I have no reason to lie. I don't have time to do all that stuff, and I just want to get to the bottom of the truth. So maybe I can leave something
This is the kind of stuff that makes me think that
forever.
He's crazy and not just a fraud.
Some things are gonna die with me, so I just gonna take with me to the grave. But yeah.
Well, you know, I've told plenty of people that you've told me things that I am just not going to disclose, and you know, I think it's best left that way to some point. But there have been things, you know, like the experimentations, the disposal of bodies and such that I did put in the book, and you talked about that, and you gave me permission to go ahead and mention them. So I'll tell you what, folks, if you're in the chat, if you have questions for David, go ahead and put the questions up.
Oh, I can't wait for the questions.
Also, if you want to use the super chat icon for donation, I'd really appreciate it. But go ahead and put your questions up, and I'll read them off to David as they come, and let's see what he can answer for you. Maybe, you know, maybe he'll tell you something he hasn't told me. I doubt it.
Yeah,
we'll
I like
see.
really good questions. I do. I'll tell you if I know them. If I don't, I'll tell you I don't. So it's
But you know, the one thing that another
I wonder
thing
how
that
many people
fascinated
watched
me,
live.
and this involved your wife, was that them coming into your house and taking tours. I always thought that was the craziest thing.
Yeah,
But that
yeah,
freaked
I
her out
know.
when the first time it happened.
Yeah, it's like they was selling the house to somebody else. It was like that, and you can hear them walking and talking. You can follow them around, and they look like ghost apparitions. You know, it's like it was really strange. The first time we would see them, we'd be laying in bed, and you ever see that movie Poltergeist, where they had all the angels coming into the room and everything? They had like halos on their head and stuff. That happened to us one
I
night. They was
suppose,
coming
Oz,
from
that
my
is
side of
one
the
way to
bed,
think of
going around
it.
the bed, and going into the closet. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I get up and I look in the closet. I can't see where they're going in the closet, but they was walking through there,
That
and it was
logic
all lit
definitely
up like in a
tracks for
bluish
me.
color, or sometimes actually we wake up in the middle of the night and the
I
room
buy
be
it.
lit up a pink or a blue, and you get up, you look outside, it's it's still dark out. I thought it was like morning time coming or something, or evening time. It just wouldn't make sense, because we usually went to bed before it get dark out in the summertime. So yeah, we started our day early is what we do. So, but it was
I
nothing
do
really.
have a question. I got a question here from Flynn Ryder. He asked
I'm
about the
psyched.
Council of Five. Now, you and I have discussed this before,
Right.
but you had talked to a woman who actually gave you a drawing of that.
No,
I wish I wish I'd
didn't.
send it, but go ahead.
Well, let me tell you about that. I didn't talk to the woman. It was a woman I was reading an article on that, because I was going through a bunch of stuff and I seen that picture and I was like, it caught my attention, and then I was like, hi, that's familiar. And then I got to reading an article. It was a woman, but I never contacted her or anything like that.
Howdy, Jane.
But she was talking about Council of Five, and I think that's who was talking about the Council of Five. But I was being taken to see the Council of Five, and we had to go through a series of security points to get to them, and it was like when I was in that room, there was a table there. I was standing at the end of that table where she said she was standing at, but when I was there, they brought these monkeys in. I'm like thinking the Planet of the Apes, man, because it reminded me of Star Wars, because everybody's kind of different looking, and everybody was chit chatting, and it was like smoky in there or dusty. I couldn't remember, but either or, and nobody could understand what the monkeys were saying, and they had these military outfits on, and there was like chimpanzees is what they remind me of, and nobody could understand when one of these grays came up and hit him on the side of the head with one of these wands or whatever. Then everybody in the room could hear him instantly. They all shut up and they could hear what he was trying to say to him. I couldn't understand what he was trying to say, but everybody else could. But and I was like, I'm thinking these guys are talking to these guys and they're not talking to me. This is after.
This is word for word one that he told in the last video, by the way.
Yeah, it was after the fact, because I think they were trying to decide what they was going to do with me because I knew too much information or something.
Except for that was when he had a lower pitched voice and more teeth.
It was very strange, and I remember going through all the security points and everything else. It's and it was this all started off as like it seemed like he was on the moon or something because it was low gravity. The sky looked the same.
By the way, really quickly, I just want to say I'm not shaming him. I don't want to shame anybody that doesn't have any teeth. Also, thank you so much for subbing again, Zombie Broccoli. I don't know why it didn't pop off. I appreciate you. Thank you. But yeah, if you don't have teeth, I just want you to know that I don't judge you. There's all kinds of reasons that somebody might not have teeth, like depression or homelessness or maybe eating disorders. There's a billion reasons, and I'm never ever ever going to judge you for going through hardships that take your teeth away from you. Like nobody chooses that. I just want to say that I said like a lot of things. Like I am just noticing. I'm noticing that this dude sounds like he doesn't have teeth now. He sounds like he has a higher pitched voice. There it is. And it's just crazy.
5 months. Damn, we're old. Love your face.
I love your face. Anyway, I just wanted to say, in case I made anybody feel alienated, I don't know if like there might be. Yeah, there might be the aliens took them. There might be some of you that are missing teeth, and I don't want to make you feel self-conscious about that. That like I feel bad if anything that I had to say might have done that to anybody. So I apologize genuinely if that happened. But yeah, that was a thing that I wanted to make clear. I'm not throwing shade at this dude. I'm merely noticing, like, it feels so weird, and this guy feels so weird and different in this episode. Hi, Sperry, how are you? Good to see you. I'm kind of choosing that yet they won't fall out easy. I want some custom made dentures from the res. I don't know. I don't know. Imagine getting probed so hard your teeth fall out, man.
It could have been on the moon. I'm not saying
Not
it was
for
sure,
me.
but it
That
sure
is
could
not
have
an
been.
activity for me.
You know, the references that I have found about the Council of Five myself keep mentioning the dark side of the moon in an underground facility, and I don't know if that's true or not. But some of the things that you've said to me and others have said to me, there's something going on. I don't know if they're monitoring. They're probably monitoring us.
Yeah.
For some reason or other,
my back
or
teeth had
whatever
to get
it
removed
is,
a while
but
back
there's
because it
definitely
shattered
something
completely, leaving the
going
roots
on
exposed.
there.
Yeah, that sounds very
I'm
painful.
continuously looking into this. I hope I can get some answers. Now, I did get a question from Brian here. He talks again about your how you used to capture these beings with the reflective mirrors, the security mirrors, but you use something different now, don't you?
Oh no.
Yeah, I
only
use
did
them all
a
now.
tea here.
I use I use a 1 gallon jug of water, and water don't lie. Okay, it just doesn't lie. It doesn't have it in it to lie. But it produces like a 3D image inside the bottle of water that I can look at. It produces a pretty good image because when I have company over and they want to see them, I have to show them to them this way because they have a hard time seeing them the way I do. They actually don't know how to see them unless they slipping up and or being careless. Matter of fact, yeah, it's I used I got some pictures of some stuff going on with one of my daughter's friends that was over here. My daughter was staying with me for a little bit, and that's a really good pictures of that. You remember that one? Yeah.
Yes, I do. And I didn't send it over to. We'll have to use that the next time we have you on. But that is a freaky picture. This entity actually is behind your daughter's friend.
Yeah.
I mean, in the dining room. That is so bizarre.
It ran across the floor. It looks like an octopus, and it's black. And it ran across the floor and leaped up on the back of a chair so gracefully. And I'm like, holy crap. And so I ran to my room, grabbed my cell phone, and I grabbed my daughter gave me the stainless steel ball. It's really highly polished. It's probably a decorative piece or something, but I put my phone to that so I could see there was more going on than I could even see with my eyes.
Autofocus turned
another
itself
guy
back
standing
on.
in the kitchen doorway, and there's another one standing by him, and then there's other stuff going on. But yeah, I never seen anything like that. It was like an octopus looking thing. It had like long tentacles, legs, and it had like flippers on the end of its feet. I don't know what it was. I only seen it that one time and got pictures of it. So
yeah,
I feel like
that
that's
was pretty good. That was really good. But what was we talking about? What I don't. We was talking about how I was getting the photos. Yeah, I'm using a 1 gallon jug of water, which really works because water don't lie. And I try to set it up in such a way that that you can't fake it. I'm not catching anything else, but I'm catching what's in going on in the room. I do it for everybody else. I don't have to have it for me to see it, but I have to have it in order for everybody else because it takes.
I feel like if anything, these guys seem like they're good friends, so I'm glad they can have their bro time together. Same. Yeah, the same. I feel exactly that way, Ethan Hodge. Good call. I'm with you.
Figure out how to see what you see without that stuff, but it even helps me to see better too. I get more details out of it when I look at it that way. It shows me things that I can't see with my own eyes going on sometimes. So, but yeah. It's
and your daughter-in-law had come in. She has been seeing this. Your granddaughter has also been seeing these beings.
Yeah.
You've had friends that have come in that are able to see them. I guess I'm gonna have to come down one day. I mean, you know,
Yeah,
it just
I got a spare bedroom. Yeah, if you want to stay there, I had one of my friend's family, a young female staying with me. She was staying in that room, and her mom was telling her because she was scared. It's like, so her mom told her to take some brick and pulverize it and put it in front of the door. It won't let them in. I said, they're not demons. They look nothing like Hillary Clinton. No, I'm just kidding, everybody. I said, but they do what they want.
I knew it. Did I call it or did I call it? Holy shit. Okay.
It's hard to explain it to people, but they can control their density somehow. I don't. I guess if you're in the fourth dimension, you would learn how to do that.
Please keep in mind that this was.
And they have a cloaking ability. So
this was recorded in 2020.
Dr. was talking one time on one of his lectures, and he said, "When we invent invisibility, says you won't be able to cover your eyes." And these guys cannot cover their eyes.
He said it's not a demon. It looked nothing like Hillary Clinton.
How does he know that? Did he do it with the mathematical equation? And how does he know? Because he don't like to talk about stuff like aliens or anything like that. He doesn't want to get mixed up in it. I don't blame him. But how does he know that you won't be able to cover up your eyes? He said you won't be able to see through your own shield. These guys can't see through their own shield, so they don't cover their eyes with their own shielding. So. And depending on what they're wearing, makes them more invisible too. So it's kind of a perfect system. But yeah, it can be duplicated, and I probably wouldn't be too far off from being able to produce it myself. But I can't guarantee it wouldn't cause you cancer. But I've been seeing it. That's a big interest of mine is how they doing it and what they got.
Okay.
So.
Golly. Okay, I need to maybe
but the
make
frequency I think I already got, and I think I got that from DARPA because they partially patent partial invisibility, so we're not so far off. So, but
I really am the worst at crocheting.
I could make probably a crude device to doing it. So,
okay, whatever.
Any more questions coming up?
I'm seeing if I'm getting any more questions in here.
Okay.
Do you feel like the reptilians are at war with any other being? Or are they at war with us, maybe?
I don't. Yeah,
with which he said that, coupled with how nonchalant he was.
War with somebody, and I don't know who it is, but they said it's a war that they believe it's been going on for a very, very long time.
This was, I guarantee this dude is a nonner.
And I've seen some battle scenes that was going, or battle areas that I was seeing, and it looked like buildings were on fire and stuff like that. And but they fight different from the way we fight. They think the way we fight is cowardly.
Bros gonna be bros, I guess. Yeah.
Battle. And because in the very beginning, they was showing me stuff that was going on in the last war that we had with Baghdad and stuff, and it was showing me how they was flushing, the military was flushing people out of buildings, how they was doing it. Pretty good tactic. I mean, smart if our military is using that tactic, and it was like, you know about this, it's like. That it's like, yeah. So I mean, I don't have nothing to do with it. It's like I have no power at all. But there's asking questions like that, and I've seen a lot of stuff going on there. But yeah, they was they're at battle with somebody. I don't know who it is, and they believe that they can win it. But
my cart battery died.
Like,
F.
I don't know why they're battling them. It could be, I don't know. We would probably be at war with them eventually, but I don't know. Maybe not. Because not all of them are bad, but there are some. Not all humans are good neither. So it's hard telling. We can be programmed to hate and like whoever they want us to hate and like.
Come on, one more Hillary Clinton comment.
The Japanese were telling everybody that we eat babies and stuff, and that made all the Japanese hate us. So that's during World War II. So
yeah, absolutely.
They believed it. Yeah, but. What are they telling me?
I'm very glad we're coming to the end of the tale of these two.
They say all kinds of awful things, and there are people believe it, or they have no other choice to believe it because they get their head cut off if they don't. So, what a strange world we live on.
All right,
any
Ash.
more questions?
Bone apple teeth.
Yeah, folks, you got any more questions? Put them up here.
I like really good questions.
He wants Johnny D wants to know if you think these aliens rely on deception as a major tool to fool us and make abductees think that they are special.
Yeah, you're right on it. You're right on track. I mean, all your reasoning is right there. Yeah, they try to decept me. They try to
Decept.
but it's like getting to know somebody for so long. You know who's joshing you and who's not joshing you. You know, I don't know all the answers.
I will say, okay, so
yeah,
these interviews have been
full
over the
deception.
course
That's why
of
they were-
2 or 3 years. I feel like he sounds more and more crazy each time. I feel like he sounds looser and looser hinged each video.
Costumes. That's part of the deception as well. Because sooner or later we're gonna meet up with them, and they don't want us to know that it was them doing all the abductions. You know, so I mean, because they're gonna want to do business with us. They do business with everybody else. So they might be doing business with us now because I've seen things that shows that we are, but they don't really like humans that much. I mean, the reptilians are running the show, and I think everybody below, including the Greys, are under their thumb. I really do, and so they're gonna be calling all the shots one day, probably for us. Yeah, you're right. Deception. And you can't.
Oh, you
know,
think Doxy? No, I mean, like, he sounded relatively sane in the first one, and now, like, just everything out of his mouth.
What they want me to see, or the information they want me to know.
Unhinged.
You know, it's like how much of it has been the wool pulled over my own eyes. You know, I always wonder that too. But hopefully, I'm on the right track. So I try to.
Well, you were just involved with the documentary about
he's talking about aliens ripping him apart. Yeah.
Finished.
And can you tell us a little bit about that, or are you kind of?
Yeah. No, I can talk about it. It's the trailer is out there on video now. It's Chris. Well, his name eludes me. But it's out there on YouTube. Just type in David Eckhart reptilians.
Yeah, we're kind of losing you back and forth here.
They've abducted the Wi-Fi signal.
Well, I don't know, folks. I think this is probably going to be it because, unfortunately, David's froze up on me.
My daughter did the.
There he is. Go ahead, David.
He was still talking.
How much did we miss?
He didn't even realize.
Yeah, I don't know, about 30 seconds.
He was still talking. He didn't even realize. Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I will turn crochet cam back on.
Maybe.
Okay, well, Chris Turner is the guy who put it out there.
Yeah, Chris Turner.
Don't mention the reptilians or something like that. And that's true. There's some kind of stigma going on. Like there's little gray guys, but there's no reptilians. You know,
did he
it's
just
like
say
nobody,
there's
just
some
like nobody
kind
would
of
touch my story
instead of
it
stigma?
sounds too fantastic. I'm sorry for all the researchers that think it sounds too fantastic, but you're missing out. You're missing out on a lot of information that you should probably be listening to. You guys need to talk to each other instead of arguing with each other about what's really going on. There's a lot more going on than just little gray guys. Let me tell you. And do I feel like I'm been chosen? I don't know what the deal is because they never told me directly why they come or why I got a connection with them. But it might be something that I've done or something I do in the future that's going to affect them in some way that I don't know. but they've helped me, and they scared the hell out of me, and I've seen things that I can't even talk about. But so are they good or bad? I don't know. But the other researchers need to get it together, and it's more than just little gray guys going on. This is more. This is not just happening to me. It's happening to a lot of people. A lot of people won't talk about it. I don't blame them. I'm not gotten rich off of this or anything like that. I everything I tell is for the truth, because everybody deserves it, I believe. And
Yeah.
I've taken the blunt of the whole story. These guys are wearing me down. They are wearing me down bad. I mean, I don't know how much longer I can go on like this. I swear to God.
His name is
Sometimes
David
it gets really
Eckhart,
tough.
if you want to search him
Yeah,
at
they're
all.
wearing me down. I haven't had a decent night's sleep in 20 years.
Oh, I know.
Hey, Voyager. That's my IRL friend, guys.
Me bad, so,
say hi to him.
But yeah, they're
How are
I
you,
don't
bud?
wish this
It's
on
good to
nobody,
see you.
So I'm taking the blunt of everything. Lon's taking the blunt of everything on his end of the stick for me, and I can't thank him enough. But and he's done a good job. So I wouldn't be here today.
I appreciate that, David.
Yeah.
There's one question here. From Vincent wanted to know the in-between portal areas. Can you talk about that when you're going through? What's actually happening?
I don't. You hear a lot of things inside there. It's like a buffer zone between the worlds or dimensions.
Homie, have you tried lavender or something? Aliens might not be like
space. It's like you can't tell what's up and what's down, but it has a floor to it. But I
think he has schizophrenia.
Or they carry me through
and
there.
I feel a little bit bad for laughing.
The guys that they usually bring a military.
I think that he is having I think that he's having my best estimate, and I am no kind of brain science, okay? I am not a brain science. I am no brain science. So just repeat after me. Doxy is not a professional. But my best assumption is that this guy has a little bit of schizophrenia and has a lot of sleep disorders. And those two are just playing with each other in a very crazy way. I want to hear his family. I want to hear his family talk about it. I want to know what his wife has to say. Oh, Doxy, come on. Are you secretly a brain science? No, I'm not. I'm not a brain science. Doxy dabbing on your degrees. She don't need them. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. Why are you guys doing this to me? I think his wife died and he went off the deep end. No, this guy's wife died. This guy's wife died. And then he said that after his wife died, he started experiencing stuff. This guy is, I think, still with his wife. He hasn't mentioned his wife leaving him or dying or anything. I would also be a little bit jazzed to be abducted depending on what goes on during that abduction. I would just be like, please, I will not tell anybody unless you want me to. Just let me be like lucid for this. Let me maintain my agency a little bit. You don't deserve your sub badge if you wouldn't let Doxy perform brain surgery on you. We're putting that on the next Doxy chat t-shirt, guys.
Marching through there and they're rushing it, go, 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 go. And like they're paranoid as hell to whatever's in there. I don't know if that's
do you guys want crochet cam back right now?
I don't know. It doesn't have no smell.
Video's almost over.
It's hard to tell.
There's 12 minutes left of it.
Down, but that could be because of what they kind of drug you up on. I think they used the pineal.
I think it's a really unflattering angle of him, James.
Shit. And you got
I just got in and it took me 3 minutes too long to realize this wasn't a conference call between you on the screen. No, I'm watching an old broadcast. This guy and this guy both actually claimed to be abducted by aliens. Purl those bitches. Is it called purling and crochet? I'm not a brain scientist. Okay, you guys. No. Okay. So, this guy recently claims to have caught footage of a portal opening. We haven't looked at that yet. Hi, Kyle Young. It's so good to see you. How are you? This guy, his wife died, and then aliens that were interacting with him started interacting with him. They had already been in contact. So I don't know how much of it is. Oh my goodness! Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Shit, where was I? I don't know. I'm kind of a little bit high. I apologize. How was I not followed already? I think that Twitch does unfollow you from people if you haven't been to their stream in a long enough time. I think it does that. Because I feel like it's done it to me, to a bunch of people also. And I go through long stretches without streaming sometimes. So I think that people get unfollowed from me, like, kind of easy. I've been at 29,000 followers for such a long time. Oh my God. Thank you so much for the sub. That's so nice of you. You don't have to do that. I'm already affectionate towards you. I love it that it just called you Palavoyager Sparkler. Anyway, okay, I'm so sorry. I haven't been to your chat in 2 years and I'm still following. Okay, you haven't been to my chat. How long has it been since you've been to Twitch in general? I don't know. But I feel like I get unfollowed from people. And I remember you used to come in. Pale Voyager. I keep thinking of you by your name and trying not to dox you. Anyway, let's get this going again. I'm gonna crochet. Also, Pearl is knitting.
Know everything about us, but so they can use it all against us. So it's I don't see much.
He is Tyrone,
it's
to be fair.
It's a strange area, and when every time we've gone through there, they don't seem to like it in there. It's like, I don't know why they don't like it being there. I do not, but you can hear noises going off in the distance. We did get 7
in this shell, so it's time to.
And I think maybe I captured some of those noises.
Double crochet of the
audio
previous
one
shell.
time during an abduction.
We go in and we make sure that we are capturing
the one I was telling you with all the audio information on, with the audio.
This
there's
chain right
one
here
clip in there that they showed on
the single crochet that we make
entity. It's not actually floating, and it's a female. And there's somebody standing in front of her legs that's invisible, so was blocking her legs to make it look like she's floating. She's really tall, like the ones that came in.
That's right.
This nice big
and I figured that's where they was coming into the window.
Between the two previous
there's a bunch of them right there at the window where it was.
That's nice, right?
Standing there.
It's pretty.
I have that already.
By the way, I would love to get into a conference call with these people.
I just found them last night because my computer.
I would love to.
Over 10,000 images on it, and some of them all to go together in a series. So, because
oh my God, hold on, Tyrone, I didn't give you your hold on, I'm so sorry. You know that feeling where sometimes you're just like a little bit lonely for a while, and you're like, you know what I want to do? I kind of want to go pet a dog today. So you go to the ASPCA and you're like, show me your dogs, and then you get to pet a bunch of dogs. Yeah, that's the feeling that I got because you followed my channel. So thank you so much for being my shelter dogs. Thank you. There you go.
With the cell phone, the quality just
you can do that.
Out.
Oh, fuck yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, I know.
So when you take
probably not during COVID
together,
times.
you can see them kind of moving around. What's going on? I wish I had
the Howl's moving sweater or moving castle sweater. Let me.
Car,
I can't.
It's like. They're not cheap, for especially one. I told Ben Hansen, I said, you give me a camera that does over 100 frames a second, because I guarantee I get the best video that the world's ever seen. He goes, well, Dave, I
could never go pet dogs that I can't bring home. Oh man, they really like when people do it because those dogs.
He's a millionaire and he has.
They don't have enough people to give the dogs
and
all the attention that they
I'm
need.
done with this. This is you guys got your
Oh my God,
investigation.
please.
I mean, everybody got investigation. The only reason why I did that TV show was so everybody would get an investigation, some kind of investigation. So, and it turned out, I guess, fairly well. They're still making money off that. That's good for them. And NBC sent me a letter thanking
Yeah,
me
I
for
could
because
definitely crochet
they had
that.
the most
That wouldn't
viewers
even
on
be
that
very hard.
show than they've ever had. It shattered their record. It
We
beat
could
the
do that
Super
sometime.
Bowl. And I was impressed with that. And I don't know how they do the ratings. I really don't. But they said there's over 137 million viewers to watch that the first night.
Is that right?
Moment here.
Yeah, over
I know they got a hell of a crowd for that thing.
Yeah. And so, they sent me a letter thanking me. So
Chastity belt. I could do that too.
okay,
That would be
so
very
maybe
funny.
you could have paid me. No, I just kidding. No, it's fine. That's fine. I got the information out there. Everybody got the investigation. But like I was telling you earlier, Lon, that the phenomenon is how come some company or scientist or whatever don't come out with some real equipment? Prove me wrong. Somebody prove me freaking wrong that this is going on. Just somebody do it. I like to see them do it. They're gonna come out of here as a new person. I guarantee.
That isn't the way the burden of proof works, Mr. Eckhart. Really quickly, I just want to explain this to you. You can't just present something and say, prove to me that this does not exist. That is not the way that it works. People have been trying to do that since pimpin' been pimpin'. And we all know what the oldest profession is, if you know what I'm saying. So just, Mr. Eckhart, you can put forth all kinds of blue swirls and you can make all kinds of fantastic claims. But you cannot ask us to prove that you are wrong. That is not how it works. I am very, very not interested in engaging in discussion with somebody who says, prove me wrong. Anybody that gets their one-liners from fucking Steven Crowder can legit go fuck themselves dry. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Well, I will tell you one thing. When my wife was alive, she begged me not to come down there with you.
Really?
She afraid I wasn't going to come back. She thought they were going to abduct me. I swear to God they did. She did. I mean, she was scared.
I think Homeboy is trying to bait out an invitation.
A lot of people are scared. They don't believe me, but they're too scared to come over. It's like, you don't believe me, you have nothing to worry about. But when they take me, that's the scary part too, because I don't know if I'm coming back. I really don't know. And they was doing, before they did the surgery and stuff, I didn't know what they was doing. I seen they had a replica of me there that I don't know if they was putting it in the bed. I don't know. I wasn't there to make my wife, if she woke up, she'd still see me there. But they had a replica, and they had him sitting next to the whole door, and he was encased in glass, in a comatose state. I don't know if it was rubber or if it was alive or what, but no, but I did see him.
There's
so many different kinds of portals and stargates.
The video's almost over. The video's almost over.
It's
well,
it's really cool.
You had mentioned to me that you think you have
7 minutes
been having lost time or possibly abducted recently, the last year or so, but you just don't remember anything. They're probably, you do believe they are abducting you?
Yeah, and it's like, because I'll be doing something, and next thing you know, I'm waking up, and it's like, what the hell just happened? And it's not like getting sleep at all. It's not like getting sleep. You just come out of it. It's like you've been awake the whole time, but I'll be like, shoot, like last night.
Really sounds like a sleep disorder to me.
Next thing you know, I'm waking up, I'm sitting on the couch still. I get off with you. It was 2:30 in the morning. I was like, what the heck, just going on. I don't remember anything. And I just got done talking to you. That was strange too. So it's just
oh God. Do you know, now you grew up in Ohio, do you know if any of your relatives, and I know your mother is aware of what has happened to you, are you aware of any of your relatives actually being abducted or having alien encounters at some point?
No, you know, there up in Ohio, there when I was growing up, there was a lot of like witchcraft going on and stuff like that. You know, that was back in the 70s and
Oh boy.
60s and stuff like that. But
I
nobody's
love
ever
you
really
too,
talked
and I
about
hope that you
UFOs.
have the
I
best
think
time
once or
ever.
twice
Thank you
somebody
for
mentioned
coming
that they might have
in.
seen something.
Mm.
But it was mostly
Him and his friend
about
both
witchcraft
had
and
last
devil
time.
worshiping and
Took
stuff.
them
Just
5 hours to get home
stuff
on a
off the wall like
45-minute
that.
walk at night, but they remember
And
nothing.
you know,
I feel like that
occults
does happen to
that they was
people.
going around that was like that.
Witchcraft and aliens always go
Just
hand in
really
hand.
strange
Well,
stuff.
yeah,
A
who
lot
do
of
you
strange
think
stuff
provides the
happened in the
flying
70s. A
brooms?
lot of
Files
strange stuff.
unknown.
Yeah.
Get with the fucking program,
Just
okay?
weird. It seemed like all
Just
the weirdos came out in the 70s.
look at me.
But yeah.
Look at me. Do you fucking
But
hate
no,
this?
they
Do you
never
hate being here?
they never talked about UFOs or anything
Shape
like
up or
that.
ship
And I
out,
was like,
bucko.
I never even gave it a second thought, you know. Not until after that
I'm just
night in the
kidding.
woods, but
I
then
don't
started
like
putting
leaving
things
it
together
hang there.
throughout the years, and
Sorry.
so. But
Right.
I'm glad I'm not the only one it's happening to. But how come
Well,
people need
I
to
will
get?
tell you, people, the folks on here right now, that you have actually helped me with other individuals who
I'm from
have
Iowa,
been
which is
having
pretty close to Ohio.
activity.
Right.
I
I
remember
I
in
have
art class
talked
in
to
high school
people,
being next to these
and
two
what I
girls,
do
and
is
I'd
refer
always
them
hear
to
their
you, and you've
conversations while
talked
I
to
worked,
several
and one of them
people.
was like, yeah, I'm
And
a
in
witch. I
fact,
cursed my
some of them
ex-boyfriend to always think
one
of me, and he
wasn't
called
really
me,
that
oh
far from
no.
you, and the other one was
I
down in Florida,
have a
on
lot
the
to
West
say
Coast,
about
down
this.
further south as well. Um, I think I'm
So
going to put you on the Fams of
don't know
Monsters
why.
14 team because you're helping me out with a lot of stuff. I'm going to put you on there anyway. But you have been helping me with these people.
Yeah, Matt, it
And you
sounds an
have
awful lot
talked
like
to
she's
them,
not like other
no,
girls, you
you
know?
do an excellent job. I don't feel like I'm qualified to talk to them, and I mean, as opposed to you talking to them, because you've been through this. You know what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of people think their life is in danger. It's not. If they wanted you dead, you'd be dead already.
Yeah.
That's true. Don't worry about them. Yeah, if they wanted you dead, you'd be dead already. But yeah, I try to help out as much as I can, and I live a very, very, very busy life. I keep my mind off of things though too. So, but I'm always doing something. Always doing something. And just sit down here and talk with you tonight. It's a rarity. I'm sitting still, but I'm still fiddling. So it's like, okay, when I think about what I got to do next, as soon as I get off the show here, hopefully I won't fall asleep or anything like that, like last night. Good Lord. But yeah.
Well, David, I'm not going to I'm not going to keep you on too much longer. I want to thank you for coming on. I have people that really like having you come on and talk to you. The fact that they can see your media on here, with this YouTube makes it much better. They get an idea of what's really going on, and promise me that we can do this again.
Sure.
I'm quite sure that everybody's going to enjoy it.
Lonnie has a little bit of
and,
a man crush on Davey here.
Just stay safe.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks,
you take
thanks
care.
a lot.
All right, so that's the end of this one.
Take care now.
Peace.
What's Lonnie have to say?
Now, if you have an unexplained encounter sighting, feel free to contact me through the Families of Monsters blog site. If you're interested in supporting Families of Monsters and Arcane Radio, you can use the PayPal donation buttons on the blog and the newsletter. The YouTube channel is coming along well.
It's just them going at it every night.
We really appreciate you coming on, looking at everything, your comments and such, and subscribing. We've got a lot of things coming up in the future. And, of course, we have the archived Arcane Radio shows as well. So your patronage is absolutely appreciated. And I do want to thank those who contributed tonight. I want to again thank David for joining me this evening. And I want to thank you for coming on and listening to the show and spending some time with us.
Sweet Lon.
Y'all have a good weekend. Stay safe, and we'll see you next week.
I love old Lon. I love old Lon. Anyway, it's time for a really quick break. And in between coming back and the next video, I have a lot to say. So hang tight. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hi, guys. Oh, shit. Perfect timing, I feel like. Hell yeah. All right. Hi. Give me 1 second. I'm just getting situated here. I need a minute. Wow. Okay. Ugh. Okay, hi. We have let's get to the playlist window here. So this one is an hour and a half long, an hour and 47 minutes even, so like nigh on 2 hours. I kind of want to watch these ones first. Are you guys cool with that? Oh, you can't see. This one is the number 7 right here is 3 minutes and 46 seconds, and it's called David Eckhart's Photographs of the Aliens and Entities Emanating in His Home. And then the other one is 57 seconds long, and it's titled David Eckhart Explains an Alien Entity's Encounter in Frame-by-Frame Video. Are you guys trill with it if we watch these first? Is that A-okay? Is everything Irie? Okay, here we go. Solo Smoka. Everything Irie. Okay. I'm gonna do it. Nobody's saying anything, and I'm the boss. So these are all of the photos. The audio is a short expert of sounds recorded in David's house during one of his encounters. Okay. Like, he just shows us all of these blurred and corrupted images and expects us to believe that these are pictures of aliens. Holy shit, I just realized. Just realized what? What did you just realize? That fucking sucks, James. I'm so sorry to hear that. It's the microscope dirt again, bruh. Yeah, I don't know. This is, yeah, I feel like this is just the slideshow that he played. That just looks like a bunny frozen in ice to me. Like, or maybe a koala chilling in an iceberg. Then again, Josiah and I did just watch the Encino Man episode of South Park, so that could be influencing me. This looks like something from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. This is supposedly a portal opening in his, I want to say it was his living room? Or dining room? And it's all garbage all day, being a garbage man that doesn't make actual garbage man money. James Rocks, no! Is there anything that I can do or say for you to make you happy for just a moment in this life? Has anyone put these images into Google and traced their source? Maybe it's from somewhere else and he altered them with filter. I honest to goodness don't know. I don't have access to my keyboard, so if any of you wants to do that, please by all means do. How did he get a photo so up close if this is supposed to be like an alien face? Also, it just looks like somebody with like Hollywood I had plastic surgery face bandages. Is this supposed to be a hominid? With the long, long torso? It's, Tilda Follow Age. This just looks like a bust at a museum, but it's printed on cardboard. Like textured cardboard. I have no idea what the fuck is supposed to be going on here. This looks like a smudge on a fridge. What's a tilde? It's the that goes above an N to make it say nia in the Spanish language. Oh, I already read that. That's just a couple of guys in a bathroom. Yeah, sorry, it's not even actually the tilde. It's the thing that shares the tilde key on the American keyboard. I always do that. I'm so sorry. Okay. So that was just the slideshow from the podcast. This one is only a minute long.
4 years ago when they first came back, but pay attention to this guy right here. This is where my dresser's at. There's a TV right here too, so it's a light source. I'm down here with my camera. I'm right here. We got a guy here. You got some over here by my dressers.
Okay, then who's taking
right
this
TV
footage?
I'm gonna travel frame by frame. Here we go. So you can see them kind of things happening. You can watch over by the TV. See the light flash one just came in. The guys over by the TV. There's a whole bunch of them in my room. I'm down there steadily taking pictures. You don't even know I'm taking damn pictures. You can see a bunch of them pretty clear right there.
No, that I would not
Lights
classify that as
flashing and
pretty
everything
clear,
else.
Mr. Eckhart. Whoa. Hello? Whoa. Hello? Nice. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna end this now. This was a bad and dumb idea. Get out of here. All right, we can we can do this. I apologize. I went to Jamaica, and while I was there, someone approached me. You want some spleef? Oh, no, I can't. If smoke that, I'll eat the island. Not, I'll hit the buffet. No, the island will be gone. I will become a thing of legend. It came out of the jungle. I could tell by the stone look in his eyes. Yeah. I'm with you on that. I am PMSing and a little bit high. I want to eat everything. I already had dinner. I had pizza and French fries for dinner, and I still want to eat. Like, what more could you want, honestly? That's a John Pinette joke? I don't know what that means. I don't know John Pinette, rather. Wow, you guys, Oh, Doxy, look him up. Okay, I will. Tweet links at me all the time, guys. Tweet links at me all the dang time. More than 1.5 hours of David's audio recordings of sounds emanating from the extraterrestrial portal. going to give it 10 minutes. We will switch back to crochet cam and crochet and just chit chat with one another and listen. If, hold on. Let me look at the comments. Why has no one timestamped the good parts? Oh no. Sweat 726 or thereabout starts what sounds like a guttural moan song speech evil. Then something or someone screams. Skipping around 1 hour and 42 minutes and 40 seconds. Definitely abnormal there. Okay. Hold on. Turn off crochet cam. You guys can look at these comments with me here. Also sounds like ice cracking and echoing. Soon after you hear screaming and a creepy as fuck laugh. Okay, we're looking for more. Oh, damn. That's everything. Sounds to me like the aliens are discussing the presidential election, as I swear I heard them say Trump and Biden a few times. I heard tell me. Y'all need to timestamp stuff like that. Yeah, fuck. Hold on, I want to see if there are any other timestamps. Any fans of Mr. Ballin? One of his videos of creepy audio recordings is of a woman recording odd clicking noises in her bedroom as she slept. Along with the clicks, she captured voices, and apparently a sound expert heard them and reported that the voices could not belong to her or her very young son. I have heard this audio. I heard clicking sounds in this video that instantly reminded me of the noises she captured. Very creepy stuff. If you guys have not heard that audio, I recommend you go look it up. I'm not going to look it up on stream because Mr. Ballin sounds like a YouTube channel that probably covers it, and I'm not going to click on that right now. And yeah, we're not doing that. I'm truly just looking for timestamps here, but we'll listen to at least all the parts from these timestamps. This just sounds like white noise oscillating. Okay, there was some stuff. Hi, Tony, how are you? Sounds like he put his microphone in the fridge. Yeah, kinda. I know there's audio in existence of a guy who recorded himself getting castrated, but I refuse to listen to it. Yeah, no thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to the next one. You know, the more I listen to the sounds, the less I'm interested in the sounds. But I'll tell you what, chatters, I think the time has actually come to go to this website now. What do you guys think? He was once mistaken for Ralphie May, who jokes about fat comedians dying in their hotel rooms from a heart attack. Both of them died that way. Yeah, that's like genuinely the way that it goes, though. Like, you do your cocaine, you be overweight, you have coronary problems. That's just what happens. Okay, let me grab my keyboard. And we'll take a look here. I can't believe that we got through this so quickly. I was not expecting this to just be like audio sounds that we would have to sit and like scrub through. But here it is. This is the Phantoms and Monsters website. Oh no. Well, that's the book, Alien Disclosure. I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna read excerpts of it, and we're gonna make a YouTube video, and it's gonna be fun. But for now, let's take a look together at the website. I just have to get my scene. There we go. Okay. All right, here we go. Hey, Doxy, I got that John Pinette thing. If you want to see it, you should tweet it at me. Always, always tweet at me. You timestamped it in the comments. What do you mean? I'm so sorry. Anyway, okay, this is all the David Eckhart stuff. In Ralphie's last stand-up, he left a message to his son in case he died. I bet he didn't mean for it to be more than a joke. Yeah, I'm sure he didn't. Okay. So we're just gonna do this. This is from the last update is from December 1st of 2020. I hope Lon is okay. You know what? Really quickly, I just want to make sure that he's okay. Okay, he streamed 3 days ago. Okay. Excellent. Okay. I feel much better now. I will pause this, and we can all go through this together. See you later, Rana. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful evening. All right, here we go. Very cool. Experiencer David Eckhart recently released a remarkable image of a portal manifesting in his home. Over the years, David has been able to capture images of various non-terrestrial beings and other unexplained phenomena. This is supposedly the photo, I think. You can hear and see other examples of David's continuing ordeal at, and this is where I got the link for all the podcasts that we've been listening to over the past couple creepy crochets. David Eckhart and his family began to endure numerous abductions and close encounters in their home near Pensacola, Florida, nearly 15 years ago. The encounters have continued, though the activity has recently picked up in intensity. David's ordeal has been thoroughly documented because of his determination to discover why he was chosen. I've assisted David in his journey since 2010. His story is documented in my book, Alien Disclosure: Experiencer Exposed Reality. He's also a member of Phantoms and Monsters 14 Research. That's from Lon. Kind of like George Carlin and the name of his last two specials, Life's Worth Losing and It's Bad for You. Even the cosmos has a sense of humor. Yeah, I feel like comedians suffer from... I don't want to call it poetic justice, because that isn't what it is, but... I guess shitty irony an awful lot. Your financial support of Phantoms and Monsters. Okay, we're not going to do that. What? Guys, we're out of David Eckhart stuff. No. David Eckert is a longtime reptilian abductee who has had many encounters with the reptilians as well as ET and subterranean species which seem to be subservient to the reptilians. David has been taken to the reptilian underground bases many times. He has seen reptilians and other entities enter into his house through a portal entry and has been taken through the portal and also what he feels is a Stargate. David has been taken to the moon and also to another place which had a tropical environment where he encountered frog-like humanoids. Oh my. I think the targeted individuals program run by intelligence in the military somehow connects to this. How many of our handlers may be hybrid reps? Alien Love Bite fits this as a form of manipulation and to neutralize us. Thank you for an excellent program. This is all so recent, you guys. Like this community is active right now. I'm telling you, this all reeks of the same stuff that was Otherkin, the stuff that's DID fakers now, the like chronic illness spoonie community, the fakers, the like grifters there. That's what this all feels like, is like they make things up that they think sound cool or something that makes them feel like they are cool or resilient or something like it. And all these people that have similar insecurities all flock around this and add fiction to it. And because they're all so similar, they all accept that into the canon of this like fake world that they're choosing to live with one leg dipped in. Yes, and now you all should watch Inside Job, the Netflix cartoon. I've watched it all already. I really liked it. I thought that it was fun and silly. Damn, okay. Well, we still have a lot of time left of stream. Gimme 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Welcome to r/. Welcome to r/. Welcome. That's your creepiest real life story. What is your go-to creep?
If y'all can't tell, I'm getting TTS stories queued up to crochet to here.
Welcome to our
I can't pause it fast enough.
Welcome to our TTS.
Jeez Louise. Okay. I think that I have enough queued up here. We'll get through these and then we'll see where we're at. Okay, everybody. Let's fucking crochet. I need to put my shit back. Seems like we're dropping frames again tonight. So excited to see it. Isn't the human condition self-delusion? I mean, yeah. It seems like people are so paranoid and desperate for answers to the unknown that they're willing to accept anything. Illiard Billiard, I do feel like it's also partially loneliness, hey? It's the same thing that gets people to believe in QAnon and join cults. Like, just being so desperate to be a fucking part of something. Okay. Let's fucking do this, y'all. Here's
Credit by
this.
Haunted TTS.
But
subscribe and like this video for more, and don't forget to click that bell button for notifications. What is the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you? I used to have a SHT job at a casino that got me working some pretty weird hours. Some days I would work a normal 9-5, others I would go in
this
at
might
6
actually
p.m.
fix
and not leave
the
until 2 or 3
frame
a.m.
issue.
Not a big deal,
Apologies
except by
for
that
that,
time
by
in the
the way.
morning, all the parking spaces around my apartment building would be taken, so I had to park a few blocks away and walk to get to my building. I would park, get my pepper spray and keys in hand, lock my car, and walk the block or two to my building. I never felt like was in any way unsafe until one night when I found a parking space across the street from my building that happened to be in front of a bar. I pulled into the space and got my keys ready. I noticed a guy smoking in the doorway of the bar, about 5 cars down, but he was looking in the other direction and didn't.
Can I? Is there a queuing function? Is there a queuing function on YouTube? I don't know if there is. Can I like do play next? I don't think that I can. Okay, whatever. Sorry. Here we go.
Seemed to care that I was there. I got out of the car and was about halfway across the street before he noticed I was a girl, and I heard him yell, "Hi, sweetie." I ignored him, and that must have pissed him off. I started sprinting to my building when I heard the sound of him running up behind me. The building I lived in at the time had been built a long time ago, and everything was outdated, including the security system. After 10 p.m. the doors would lock automatically, and you would have to put a key in the lock and turn it for the doors to open, and it would take forever. I finally got the door open
Kick-ass and
and had just
crochet,
shut
and
it
we're out
before
of
he got
ass. Yeah,
there and was yanking
absolutely.
on the handle and screaming at
Add to
me.
queue I thought
My
was a
skin was
thing,
crawling
maybe
for a
only on
few days
Chromecast. I
after
think
that.
only on Chromecast.
Walking home from
I
7
think that's
to
what
11
even
in
gave
San
me
Diego,
the like
guy parks
idea
across
of
street
it
and
because I
starts
do
walking
remember
behind
like
me, asking me
passing.
incoherent questions. I apologize.
I
I'm
mean,
new
not
here.
really
Keep
passing
walking.
anything
Guy
around.
slaps me.
What am I trying to say right now? Fucking, it was a Chromecast and we would take turns adding to the fucking... We were passing around somebody's phone physically. I'm a big dumb Dumbo. Anyway, walking home from 7-Eleven in San Diego, guy parks across the street and starts walking behind me, asking me incoherent questions. I apologize, I'm new here, keep walking. Guy slaps beer out of my hands. That's what was just said. I rewound a little bit. You might hear some of that again.
San Diego, guy parks across street and starts walking behind me, asking me incoherent questions. I apologize. I'm new here. Keep walking. Guy slaps beer out of my hands, puts one arm under my right armpit, uses the right boob as a kind of handle, and the other between my legs, and gropes the lady's own and starts dragging me into bushes.
Ugh.
I'm awkward and shocked, so I start forcefully scolding him, "Sir, no, sir, no." Not loudly enough until I realize he's successfully kidnapping me, and likely for nefarious purposes. I yell louder, "No." Thankfully an off-duty cop was jogging, and came running at the guy who dropped me, grabbed my purse, ran, then dropped it and kept running.
The
I found him a few
audacity.
months later. I testified and he went to federal prison. I think he's out, as of last year. Someone in my dorm regularly tries my doorknob as I'm sleeping.
Ugh.
When I was in my early 20s, I was fresh out of the closet and lived in the French Quarter. I started getting hang-up calls from someone, presumably a hookup. After a few months of sporadic calls, someone showed up outside of my window at around 2 a.m. and started blasting a tape recording of me saying, "Hello, hello," then drove off. When I was a teen, I saw a faceless
That's
entity
so
in my house one night
scary.
who was trying to steal my face. 7 years later, I was staying at my friend's house, and the first night I was there he said he had a crazy nightmare that some faceless guy was stealing my face, and I never told him about it before. I had a sleep paralysis a few days ago. I had both visual and auditory hallucinations.
That's the
I saw a
worst.
shadow person sitting right on my chest and talking to me in a very inhuman low-pitched voice. I couldn't get a single word. Whole experience lasted about 20 seconds, but I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night.
Yo, sleep paralysis is a hell of a fucking thing, hey? Has anybody in here ever experienced it? It's very scary. I think that sleep paralysis is what night terrors are to little kids. I don't remember my night terrors as a little kid. I just know that I had them. My mom told me about them. I remember being very scared. I don't remember anything else. I don't remember anything specific about it. I do remember there was one time when I was like maybe 4 or 5, and I had a bunk bed, but it was my own bed. I just had a bunk bed, even though it was just me, just because I'm stupid and I wanted one, and my mom was like, "Okay, I guess." Anyway, so I was asleep on the bottom bunk, and in my sleep paralysis, I could see the top bunk, and there were skeletons, and I could hear the sounds of somebody shittily playing brass instruments directly into my eardrums, if that makes sense. I wouldn't even call it playing brass instruments, just like blowing air through them and making horrible noises. Like whenever I would try to talk or move, I would hear a loud, nasty sound. And also, for some reason, there were skeletons. Anyway, sleep paralysis is a bitch. A long looping series of false awakenings. I call that skipping dimensions. It's the worst. I've never had it, but I also never sleep on my back, which apparently can cause sleep paralysis. I have had sleep paralysis sleeping on my side and on my belly also. However, it definitely does happen easier and more often when I fall asleep on my back. Oh yeah, I had once, and the clown, Gamzee, from Homestuck, sat on my chest, and I felt him crawl up my body and choke me. Yeah, that's scary. That does not sound like a fun time at all. I am so sorry about these dropped frames. I don't know what the fuck to do. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry.
Staying at a small lodge, about 10 rooms. We had the whole place rented to ourselves.
Luckily,
and there were
audio's
maybe
fine
15
and
of
we
us there.
ain't
No
need
kids allowed. Woke up in the middle
any
of the
frames.
night because I heard kids running up and down the hall. Looked out
Gained
there
the
and
ability
nothing.
to force myself
Chalked it
out
up
of
to my
dreams.
imagination.
Really? Do you have any tips for that? Because I don't get trapped in them very often anymore. Especially ever since I learned techniques for like lucid dreaming from a starting point of sleep paralysis. If you have any tips for like actually forcing yourself awake, I would love that. If I'm in a dream and know I'm in it, I can force myself to wake up, yeah? Oh, hi babe. Yeah, we desperately do need to upgrade my PC, but we also desperately need to have power and water and internet and groceries. I close my eyes and try really, really hard to open them. Okay. Thank you, by the way. I know that this is very personal and you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But I'm psyched to hear that you had success in learning how to force yourself awake. Cuz it's ever since I was little, I've always had like super extra like sleeping problems and sleeping like abilities. Yeah. I just thought like if I hadn't learned by now that I would never be able to learn, but knowing that you have had some success makes me feel hopeful that maybe I could too. Anyway, staying at a small lodge, about 10 rooms. We had the whole place rented to ourselves and there were maybe 15 of us there. Copy?
No kids allowed.
Hell yeah.
Woke up in the middle
right
of
in
the
the
night
right place.
because I heard kids running up and down the hall. Looked out there and nothing. Chalked it up to my imagination. Next morning got up and casually mentioned over breakfast, and 3 other people had heard it too. Then a staff member overheard us talking and told us that the lodge was actually built where a house had formerly been built, but it burned down many years ago, like in the 40s or 50s. And there had been a little girl who had died. I've never gotten goosebumps so bad.
Nice,
All of us were creeped
Barry.
out. Just gave myself the chills writing this out. Eyes, sleep paralysis and maybe a ghost. Girls,
I
men,
could maybe try
almost
that with
always men.
RimWorld.
I was about 8 and walking home
Or
from the school
Isaac.
bus stop in a scattered group with various neighborhood kids and parents. I was walking with my mom and my friend had fallen a few feet behind us. This beat SHT brown car pulled up and stopped by my friend. I turned around just in time to see her shake her head no and run toward my mom and me. The driver
Yeah,
was a
big
former
same,
employee her
Sperry.
parents had just fired.
It's
He saw her walking.
weird because I feel like when I know I'm dreaming, it can either go poorly or go well. It just depends on whether or not I'm having anxiety, I think. Because a long time ago when I was talking about this shit with my psychiatrist, like back in the Malbec years, if any of you were around then, when I was going to a therapist then, she was telling me that it was really likely that my nightmare issues was just me having anxiety attacks while I was asleep. And I'm wondering if maybe that's what makes it so that, because lucid nightmares are just awful. They're worse than regular nightmares by a lot because you're like trapped. I don't know how to describe it. They're worse. Anyway, sorry.
Pulled up and yelled get in. He did all of this with multiple witnesses. I don't know what his long-term plan was, but at the least he wanted to frighten her parents for firing him. Fucking creep. When I was in 3rd grade, I remember getting
Pleasant
called to
lucid
the
dreaming
front
recently.
office to be dismissed.
So stoked to hear
I
it.
always knew when I would be getting dismissed
shit's the
beforehand,
best.
so this caught me off guard. Maybe my mom was going to surprise me with a day off. Maybe. Anyway, I get about halfway to the office, and my teacher comes up behind me screaming at the top of her lungs to get back in the classroom now. And grabbed my arm super hard, which I understand now as an adult, and dragged me back into the classroom. I thought I was in trouble. She immediately slammed the door shut behind me and locked it, then flipped the lights off. I'm so very confused. The classroom phone was lying on her desk instead of being hung up on the wall. She whispers into the phone that I'm officially back in the room and in lockdown. Then an announcement over the school's intercom informs the entire school that they need to be in lockdown and that all students need to run back to the classrooms. Cue silent panic. Long story short, some random guy tried to dismiss me from school to kidnap me. We don't know who he was or anything about him. My mother was immediately called to dismiss me after being phoned about the incident.
Is
She
this
had
true?
to
I feel
show
like
her
this would be
license and walk
national
all the way to the
news.
classroom to physically walk with me. 3 days after this event happened on a Friday, we had full photo name tags for any non-student, aka an adult, who wanted to walk through the office doors. You had to give your license number, scan a copy of your license, take a current pic to be printed on a temp badge, then be cleared to enter the actual building by scanning the photo ID temp badge. Makes me sick to think about. I now have a 3-year-old daughter who I am slightly nervous about sending to school in a few years. Fortunately, school security is way more amped up than when I was in school back in the 90s. When I was 13, I used to sneak out of my house and walk around the forest near home as a means of rebelling against my parents who thought our neighborhood was really dangerous, which it wasn't. I got to the edge of the forest at probably 12:31, and I immediately noticed a really tall lanky man walking around the perimeter, but I know it would have been impossible for him to see me from where I was. Anyway, I watched him walk off till I couldn't see him anymore and made for the forest path, which is lit up by really dim orange overhead lights. Started walking and singing bubble gum in a dish when I saw the same dude from before like 30 feet away standing under the light. Total movie SHT, couldn't see his face really or anything. We both just stood there for a second and he said in a super calm voice, "I never asked for much." I turned around and started to run and looked back and he was stepping into the trees. True story, cliches and all.
I don't believe
When
it.
my kid was about 2.5 years old, he was a champion sleeper. Put him to bed, he was out pretty quick and would sleep through the night until morning. One weeknight, he wakes up around 11 p.m. crying about his grandmother, his dad's mom, saying he
That
wants
sounds
to call
amazing.
her. I tell him we
Tony.
can't call her because she's sleeping, just like he should be. It took a while and I had to
Yeah,
let him
it is
stay
on
in my
Twitch
bed,
also.
but
Yep.
I got him back to sleep by promising we would call her at 7 a.m. when we wake up for school. My alarm goes off at 7 a.m., he immediately gets up and asks to call Grandma. We do, Aunt answers the phone. Apparently, Grandma was in a work-related accident at about 11 p.m. the night before and had only just gotten home from the hospital about an hour before, so she was sleeping. Easily the creepiest moment of my life. My kid and his grandma have some seriously deep connection I'm unable to explain. Visited my folks' mausoleum to pay respects. Weekend. Clear weather,
pay
about 9 to
respects.
10 in the morning.
If that was
It's
unclear.
an outdoor one, 2 stories, U-shaped, built around a courtyard. Open side to the north. Parked about 50 yards away. Glanced up as I parked and observed a male, dressed in a black suit, white shirt, I think black tie, looked Hispanic, clean-shaven, early to mid-30s. He walked toward a sink-cutting station in the northwest corner of the second floor, where my parents' niche is, then pivoted and walked back south out of my line of sight because of the layout. Probably about 10 feet on the second level was visible from where I parked. I turned to pick up my flowers from the passenger seat, then immediately exited the car. Walked the 50 yards and up the flight of stairs, and no one there. After paying respects I confirmed the stairs were the only way down. When I was 11, I was at the beach. I realized a sketchy guy was sort of following me around. Everywhere I went, he was about 20 feet away just kind of glaring at me. He was probably in his mid-30s, your average, bearded creeper from the early 90s. I realized something was wrong when I got separated from the friend I was with and jumped into a little tide pool that had a rip effect going. The guy jumped in on the other end, and I was getting dragged toward him. I can still remember the dude's slow, deliberate frog stroke as he got closer and closer. I had a huge surge of adrenaline and managed to claw my way out of the water. I took off running, screaming for my friend. It was a pretty busy day at the beach, and I imagine a grown man sprinting after a kid would have raised eyebrows. I stuck like glue to my parents until we left. That guy probably would have made furniture out of my skin. I got robbed on the way to work. The creepy part was knowing I was being followed. I was tripping balls, and everyone was a shadow person. When they walked closer to me, they transformed back to normal. I wasn't sure if some of them were real or not. 10/10 trip would do again. The person was shot in the head 3 feet away from me in the spot I was standing not 5 seconds before in queue.
Christ.
I was skiing with a group of my friends, and I let a family take my spot in line because it would have fit the lift exactly at 10 people. We quickly swapped spots, and I turned around to my friends, putting my back to the father who now stood in my spot. Then he just dropped. No loud bang or anything, just a thud as the guy hit the snow with blood splattering all over my back. I see his face every day. ... We found out later that there was a group of people hunting where they shouldn't have been, and that it must have been a stray bullet.
That's so sad
I was
and
molested
scary.
from the time I can remember up until I told my mom when I was 11. My father did it. The two creepiest things. I could always tell when I would be molested. I would spend hours each day that it happened feeling really creeped out, and I started noticing when I was about 8 or so that whenever I felt this, I would be abused that night. Once I put it together, it became less of a creepiness and more of an, OSHT, it's happening again, and I would get anxiety. When I told my mom, we went to the police. I did not go to school the next day. We stayed with a friend of the family's, and I was just sad about the whole thing. When my best friend got home from school, she told me that my father had tried to take me out of school that day. He hadn't been caught by the police yet, and he had no way of knowing that I wasn't in school that day, so he tried to kidnap me by telling the school that I had to go to the doctor, and he was there to pick me up. One night,
I wonder, I believe that person. I believe that that person intuited a way to predict when they would be how to put this in a YouTube friendly way. Non-consensually romanced by their father. What a horrible, horrible, disgusting, ew, I puke. Ew, I puke. I don't know what to call that with YouTube safe language. I don't think that that's YouTube safe. And even if it was YouTube safe, it's kind of not respectful, I feel like. But touched, I guess. Like they were non-consensually touched. I don't think that that's supernatural though. I imagine that there were ways that like they were being groomed, I imagine. Right? Like their father would do something. Like, I imagine it had more to do with the father's behavior than anything paranormal, if I had to guess. Especially since they were a little kid and they're just, like, remembering it. You know what I mean? I heard that term on the radio, so I was guessing. I'm no judge, not mad at you. Fondled is okay. I don't know if it's YouTube friendly, though. I'm just going to say touched.
Like while tucking
assaulted?
my 2-year-old,
assaulted.
to bed.
Assaulted is the correct and respected term.
She told me that she used
Respectful,
to be a grown-up.
Sorry.
She said that when she used to be a grown-up, she was my grandmother. My grandmother passed away in 2007. She then proceeded to tell me a story about a kitchen mishap where my grandmother tripped and spilled boiling water when I was young and playing near her feet. Freaked me out. I've asked her several other times since and really haven't heard anything since. Very strange though, to say the least. So I'm like the biggest skeptic in the world about paranormal stuff. My sister, on the other hand, isn't. She swore to me that something was haunting her or the house or something. Everything she said I made excuses for, even if I was there while they happened. Things would move from one place to another when we weren't looking, TVs and radios would turn on and off by themselves, that kind of stuff. I have countless stories of those kind of things, some creepier than others, but again I tried to give explanations as to how they could happen. One day we were sitting in her room, and all of a sudden my sister is in a visible amount of pain. I made this stitch way too tight. This lasts for a couple of seconds, and we're joining the row right now. She was like, I don't know. All of a sudden it just felt like my chest was on fire. Not a slip, not a slip. She pulled down her shirt collar a little, and there were 3 fresh scratches, still really red and inflamed, kind of like this, going down her neck and collarbone. I was sitting right next to her. There is no way she did it to herself, and they weren't old, so it's not like she could have done it to herself, and then pulled this crazy stunt to do later. It was very creepy. I'm gonna leave this, and it's going to be an imperfection in the hat. Probably getting chazzed by 2 guys. But it's not supposed to be like that, and I do know what I did wrong. And I was extremely. But I'm gonna leave it because the main I can't care. Was blocked due actually, to an you know what? No, I'm gonna be giving this to one of you guys, so we do care. We do care enough to go back and fix that. I don't care. Progress be damned. And my friend and I at the same time turn to look at each other, and then behind us, we see those 2 guys sprinting now in our direction. Never have I bolted also, that fast while being drunk in my entire life. We get to the end of the street, and there were lights and a cop car. We looked in the guys. That made me feel more vindicated for going back. We also immediately ran into 2 old friends from high school. Guardian angels, man, thank God. Stayed home from work one day and was cooking around lunchtime. Heard a knock on the door and quietly checked the peephole. Didn't know the guy, so I just went back to cooking. I start hearing these weird noises at my door and can see the top of his back when I check the peephole again. I stroll over and grab my nightstand 40 cal. Walk back to the front door and just swing it open violently when he got it unlocked. With my pistol by my side, I calmly ask him, "Can I help you?" And he does a full backward somersault down the stairs and ends up running off with a serious limp. I've seen him in the park twice prior to me moving a few months later. He would avoid eye contact and bolt. The second one was catching one of my homeless clients attempting to break into my truck. I still had to find him housing until he went to jail for DV. Went to the bar one night with a friend. On the way home, driving down a fairly busy road, I see a ton of people gathered on the side of the road, down a hill, beside a tree line. Struck me as rather odd, but didn't think much of it. The next day, I go down the same road to take my friend home in the morning, and it's sectioned off and tons of police are there. Turns out someone had been murdered the previous night right near the woods.
I feel like that was a pretty lame one. Do you guys want to do the most dark, chilling thing your children have said?
/ credit by Haunted TTS. Subscribe and like this video for more.
You ever
and
needle
don't
bind?
forget
I
to click
haven't.
that bell button for notifications.
I would. I love crafting.
Parents of Reddit, what is the most dark thing your children have said? My 4-year-old son said, Daddy, I want to drill into your tummy, crawl inside and eat your dinner. The food was okay, but I didn't think it was worth that much effort. When my son was small, I was talking to him about growing potatoes. I described how you bank up the earth
I'm so
around them as
sorry.
they grow, and he said I used to do that when I was an old man. My 6-year-old daughter in the passenger seat a few days ago looked at me and said, Dad, when I'm 7 I'm going to kill you. No, wait, when I'm 8. I had to ask, so, how are you going to do that? She smiled and said, I'm gonna drive over your head with this car. My mother-in-law was picking my son up from school because I had some
That's very
SHT to do.
scary.
She was supposed to just drop him off. I really dislike that old witch. Instead he comes running through the door and yells, Daddy, I invited Grandma for dinner. I was explaining to my niece the difference between things that can and can't change about people. She was confused because she'd met a set of 3 siblings and the eldest wasn't the tallest. So I told her that one day even she, an itty-bitty 4-year-old, could be taller than me, a big huge grown-up. But even if she was taller, I would always be older. She looked me serious as you like and says you'll be dead sooner too.
Oh my
Not a
god.
parent, but a former teacher. I taught English in a school in Spain, and I wasn't supposed to let the kids know that I speak Spanish, so that they are forced to communicate in English. A 10-year-old girl comes up to me one day, grabs me by the hand, and says, with the most horrifying straight face ever, Te vas a la muerte, or you're going to die. I was so shocked at the randomness of it that my jaw must have dropped. She then laughed her head off and said, Ha, you do speak Spanish. She then skipped away, laughing and smiling.
What an
Creepiest
asshole.
thing a kid has ever said to me. And probably the most clever thing a kid ever did while I was a teacher. When my cousin was 2 years old or so, her mom got pregnant again. One day she went to hug her mom's belly and said, little brother sick. A few days later she had a miscarriage. Sure, why not?
That's scary
When you turn off
too.
the lights, that's when the black circles come. They come down like this, holds his hands in the air above his bed, and they stay for a second, then zoop. They go inside, slapping the hands to his chest. Then, barely holding back tears, I hated. When
That's
our
so
dog died,
sad.
without us yet having properly attempted to explain death, our then 2-year-old said, all her thoughts left her body. Not my kid, but my brother once woke up in the middle of the
Kids
night
are so
and
creepy,
started
dude.
screaming at the top of his lungs. He was 4 years old at that age, and we had room together. My parents rushed into our room and asked my brother what had happened, while my brother was still sobbing in his bed. After a while my brother looked still terrified, but he calmed down a bit and was able to answer the question. I had a really scary dream. Mom tried to calm him. Oh, honey, it's okay now. What it was about, she asked, expecting nightmares from the Jurassic Park we were watching earlier that day. But his answer even more chilling. I dreamed that Pinky and the brain were purple. When my niece was around 3 or 4 years old, she told me she used to have a baby but it drowned. The baby was called Peanut Butter, but still. When I was little, my grandfather, whom I called Pop Pop, always promised to take me fishing. Things always came up, or I wasn't in town to go with him when he went, etc. He died when I was 7, and I never had a chance to go fishing. I had never gone fishing, and have not since he died either. Fast forward 20 years, my wife and I have a 3-year-old daughter. I've never spoken to her about my Pop Pop, and I've never talked about him in front of her. I haven't brought him up to anyone since before my daughter was born. One day, I'm off with my daughter, and she's in her room. Suddenly, she comes running into the living room where I'm sitting and says the following. Daddy, we have to go fishing. We don't live near a lake or anything, so this was kinda weird for her to say in the first place.
I almost started doing shells.
Why do we have to go fishing? Because Pop Pop says you have to take me. Wait, what? Who told you? Pop Pop says you need to take me to go fish. I'm not really a believer in an afterlife or anything, but I'm sure took her fishing. She has not mentioned Pop Pop since then, and it's been almost a year since that happened. When my niece was 3, she covered up my head with a blanket and held it down. I moved my head out where I could see her. She said, you can't come out, and smothered me again. I laughed and said, why? She gritted her teeth and angrily said, because I don't want you to.
That's very scary. Kids are so fucking creepy, man. The one before that though, The things where little kids are talking about like grandparents or whatever that they couldn't possibly have known about, I guarantee you those kids overheard you telling stories about those people. Like, kids make imaginary friends out of Elsa from Frozen all the time. Especially if you like have pictures and stuff around of these people. I just get sick to death of people being like, the kid is too dumb or whatever. Kids are so fucking smart. Kids are so, like, I mean, they're absolute fucking idiots, but they are so much smarter than they get credit for a lot of the time. And when people talk about how, I don't know, I feel like these are people that don't realize how much they say in front of their children. You just have to, like, whenever the kid is around, you need to be aware that the kid is around, and you just need to talk to them the way that you talk to everybody else. And if you, I don't know, fucking, I have a lot to say about child psychology ever since I have had a niece, and I don't think that it's very cool of me to say a bunch of it because I am not a brain science again. So never mind, I will cut this thread short. I apologize. Go on.
I was with my sister, her husband, and their 2-year-old daughter. We were talking about loved ones that had recently passed. My father had died sometime recently. My brother-in-law went and grabbed a picture of his mother, who had died in a car crash when he was 6, to show me. When my niece saw the picture, though, she started laughing. We asked her what was so funny, and she looked at us and said, "That's my special friend who sings to me." I still shiver a bit just thinking about it. My niece drew a picture of a man in her room that she kept telling her parents
I am not a brain science
about. He had 2 different colored eyes, and one was gray. When asked why it was gray, she responded, "Because he can see the storm coming." Recently, actually. My son always says odd things. Usually they're funny, but this one threw me for a loop. He is 8. I was telling him how much I love him and thanks for being in my life. He said, "I didn't choose this life. I couldn't control how it began, but I can control how it ends." Not weird phrases, but my 2-year-old will get frustrated and switch to her demon voice. She makes her voice deep and scratchy sounding, and tell you no. Freaks people out the first time they hear it, but my husband and I find it funny now.
I would definitely find that
then
funny.
3-year-old daughter walked downstairs in the morning and said, "Look what I can do," and she crossed her eyes. I asked her how she learned to do that, and she said, "The boy taught me at night." Me, what boy? Her, the boy with the glasses. He did this, and she held her finger up and zoomed it to her nose and crossed her eyes. She said he laughed and laughed. Not too scary, right? Only, that's how my brother taught me to cross my eyes when I was 5 years old. He died when I was 7 years old.
This
is
sure
actually
you
a
told
Reddit
that story in front of
I
her.
saw a picture of a horse on Armel interesting and showed it to my daughter, who was 2 at the time and loves horses. She says it's going to die soon, and I was like, "What did you say?" And she repeated, "It's going to die soon." Eventually I figured out that she was talking about my phone battery being low. Not my child, but myself, apparently, because I can't remember. I was 4 and now I am 28, but my parents told me. I once got my toe stuck under a door and lost skin due to it. When I went to kindergarten the day after, the teacher asked what happened. I told her my dad did it with a knife. My parents had to come to school that evening for a talk. Oops. We were driving down a dark, snowy highway late one evening, final stretch of a 16-hour-long road trip. My son, who was around 4 or 5 at the time, was in the back seat and becoming a bit restless. He suddenly covered his face with a blanket and announced loudly, "I don't want to get glass on my face." A few moments later, a pickup truck towing some snowmobiles pulled out in front of a tractor trailer a few cars in front of us and got hit, spinning out into the median.
That is
Fortunately,
very
we avoided
scary.
the accident completely. It was indeed a bit creepy, though, almost as though he predicted there was going to be an accident right in front of us. Not a parent, blah blah blah. Babysitting a young girl, 4 to 5 years old. She wakes up, stares out into the pitch black garden, no street lights within a few hundred meters. Can't see anything but black outside, and says "Batty man" over and over. Ting myself.
That's
I tell her
terrifying.
everything's fine and to go back to bed. She's not disturbed by anything, just keeps saying "Batty man." She goes to sleep and my paranoia grows. Every sound has me on edge. Eventually her parents come home, and I'm like, "Oh, no, everything's fine," and walk home. Next day I see them and tell them about it. Apparently she'd recently watched The Lion King and they had a hedge in their garden that the kid thought looked like Scar, who she called Batty Man. Obligatory not apparent, but
I don't believe
as
that.
a young child, aged 3 to 5,
I feel like they
I
made
would
up that
sleepwalk
whole
into
story.
my parents' room and stand by their bed quietly. My dad would wake up, find me and try to put me back to bed. I would tell him I couldn't go back to bed because the tall men are walking. This stopped immediately after moving from that particular house. The tall men comment stopped, the sleepwalking continued and still happens. Then, when I was around 15, we were at church one day and I overheard one of the younger kids, 3, ask his parents, as they walked away, "Who are those men?" "What men, honey?" "The tall men with a boko." Didn't sleep well for a couple of nights after that. Child had woken up early so she was watching cartoons next to me in my bed while I tried to wake up. I'd heard a funny sound downstairs earlier that I mentally blamed on the dogs. Then kiddo leans over to me and remarks, "Oh, there's a man in the house." Awake, awake, awake. Never found anything, never got any further details from her. My mum stayed with us for a few months when my daughter was 3 or 4. When she moved out, the spare room was still called Nana's room. I asked my daughter to get something upstairs one day. She did and came back to me and said, "Who is that old lady in Nana's room? Didn't go in that room ever again." When my son was 3,
I'm
he
sure it
kept
was like
saying he had a baby
photo
sister
or
with a pink
something,
bow, but she
though.
died. We never had a baby girl, however we did have a miscarriage just before that episode. Let's see if I can go for 2. When I was about 3 we had a cat that had stillborn kittens.
As someone with 3 younger siblings, I can confidently say that kids have weird thought processes and end up saying the darndest things. Yeah, straight up. And like when you are used to thinking in a way that like takes logic and spatial awareness and stuff into account, it's really hard to remember that kids don't do that stuff. You know what I mean? I am sick to death of this fucking microphone right now. I'll tell you that much for free. Fuck's sake, dude. Hold on a second, y'all. I apologize. Stupid problems require stupid solutions. Ow. I think I just pulled a muscle reaching for a sock on the floor. Ow, this hurts so bad. Ow. Ow. I was going to use, a sock to create friction on the joint that is loose and spinning this microphone. Ow. Okay, we're calming down. Definitely not a pulled muscle. That's good. Did you at least get the sock? Oh, yeah, bud. Okay. Let's see if we can make this happen. I think I'm onto something here. I think it's working. It's not. It's not working. I don't know what to do, you guys. I guess I'm just going to have to keep looking over. I'm sorry.
I asked my father if we could make crosses for them, which he did. As he was making them, I asked, "Aren't those too small?" "Dad." "What do you mean?" "Me. Aren't we going to nail them to them?" "Dad." After several moments silence, "We're not going to do that." "Me." "Oh. Not my child, but a child I was working with in preschool. You have a baby inside you, but you won't be a mommy." I found out I was pregnant that day and miscarried the next week. My dad is the owner and runs a hostel in Buenos Aires. We have plenty of people from all over the world, but especially from South America. More often than not, there are no kids around, but every once in a while we receive families. So, there's this family in the hostel. One little boy and his parents. The little boy is the only kid in the entire place. Chilly winter night, he appears in the common room asking who is the little girl with the yellow raincoat in the bathroom. Once again, he's the only underage in the entire place. A spooky moment comes 6 months later. There's no kid this time. Ferticimating lady from Spain asks us whose child is the little girl with the yellow raincoat in the bathroom. Oh, BTW, the door for that bathroom constantly closes by itself.
40-something was that weird
also,
word.
The building used to be a nursing home and a mental asylum before that. My son, 5-yo at the time, woke up scared from a dream in the middle of the night. I asked him what it was about, which, in retrospect, was probably a mistake. He said that he had a dream where people turned bad, and you could tell, because their teeth turned pointy. Then, in the dream, he realized that his teeth were pointy. He woke up
I
as he
do
was
love
trying to
kitties.
figure out how to hide his pointy teeth from everyone. I can dig it. The scariest thing is not that a monster is coming to get us, it's that we are the monster.
Kids just say goofy shit. I once had a small child tell me he had a Nintendo when he was my age. Like, yeah. They do. They say stupid stuff, but they are observant though too. Like, they're not stupid. It's hard to explain. They are stupid, but they are also so much smarter than we treat them or give them credit for. Like, they know more, they absorb more than you think that they do. Even before they can talk, they're absorbing the shit that you're saying. It's whatever. I'm not a brain science.
2-year-old walked up, said, "Number 5 is coming. I don't like number 5. Walked away. I miss that house." I've mentioned this on Reddit before. When my son was 3, he would often talk about events and people that happened before. Before what I never found out, but he would often talk about someone called John, whose clothes were all ripped and a baby. Apparently John looked after this baby when its parents died, and sometime later my son ended up living with both of them. I'd ask questions, but it usually just made him upset. I asked why John's clothes were ripped, and he said it was because he works hard all day. I asked him what work John did, and he said he made boxes sometimes. What kind of boxes, I asked. He said they were blue ash. At the time I had no idea what blue ash was, so I googled it, and it turns out it's a tree only found in the Midwestern states in the US. We're from the
Yeah.
I'd never heard of this tree before, and I'm sure my son hadn't either. That creeped me out a bit. He's 5 soon and still gets upset if I mention John and the baby. Once he shouted at me that he never wants to talk about it again. He was also afraid of knives from a really young age. He'd freak out whenever he saw one. For the record, I don't really believe in past lives, but I think it's pretty neat to think about. I don't know if I came out with similar stuff as a child, but I did have
straight up. I feel like this thing about John and his clothes being ripped and the baby and stuff, I feel like this either comes from like a show that he watched. He could have very easily learned about blue ash on one of the How It's Made segments of like Sesame Street or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's a million ways that they learn about this stuff that you have no fucking knowledge of or control over, really. Like, I just stop acting like children are. I mean, they are kind of helpless. Like, you would destroy them in kickboxing or whatever, but like they know how to occupy themselves. They watch you play with phones all the time. They watch you play with tablets. They watch you watch TV, and they want to be like you. It's just, I don't know, man. Like, give them enough credit. Give them enough credit. Katie Fram, hi. Oh my God, you guys have to follow Katie Fram on Twitter. She's an amazing artist, and she posts there sometimes, and you should just go look at her art. It's fucking incredible. Tell me about easiest kickboxing match I ever had. Didn't stand a chance. Speedrunning record, right? If you do it just right, you'll kill them in one kick. Like, they'll just be out forever. Like, you will have one permanently. It's not that hard. Anyway, just saying, kids are like, they're dumb and smart. They are dumb and smart. Also, thank you that saying this is a really cool idea for a stream. We ran out of alien abductee interview stuff, so now we're just listening to Reddit text-to-speech stories for the remainder of stream. And that's what's up.
I have a very strange dream that I think complements my son's stories. When he was only a few days old, I dreamt that both of us were on a farm. I don't know how I knew the person I was with was my son, as he was a boy aged around 10. Strangely, although not strange to me in the dream, I was also a young boy, maybe 4 or 5. We were brothers and we were standing in a barn during a thunderstorm. I was scared and holding his hand. We were wearing very raggedy clothes too. Spooky. My daughter and I were playing at the park when she told me she wants to burn bodies when she's older. Little creep, but okay. Turns out her granddad told me about the mortuary across the street and she saw the smoke billowing out. She still wants to cremate people. It's not something he said, but something he's done. He's named after his great-grandfather who passed away before he was born. My son would carry around a picture of his great-grandfather and just look at it or sit down with him at the dinner table. Your 3-year-old son, what would you do
I
if
think
we
that's
had another
cute.
baby? Our son, I'd kill it.
Jesus,
My 6-year-old
they say
nephew
shit
told
like
my
that
brother
though.
that everyone on Earth was a figment of Jonah's imagination and that when Jonah wakes up, we'll all disappear. When asked who Jonah is, he replied verbatim, he's the one who sleeps. The dreamer in the dream. Made my skin crawl the first time he told me.
That poster is making that up. Like wrote that, like thought that it was the coolest, creepiest thing and that people would believe him. I just, be ashamed of yourself, poster. Anyone who says you can't punch a baby either overestimates a baby's ability to dodge or underestimates my ability to jab at a low height. In Mr. Pickles, the boy believes he's pregnant by his father after his unknowingly swallows a large frog. This is a cartoon? That is scary. I don't like anything. I don't like any word of what you just said. Not one word of that was enjoyable.
My friend's 7-year-old kid pretended to put me in jail. Our conversation went something like this. Me, what did I do? Forget to brush my teeth. Didn't do my homework. Her, you murdered a 23-year-old woman while she was jogging in the early morning. Me.
Oh my God.
My father told us one day our baby brother, maybe 3 or 4 at the time, took my dad into the master bedroom, pointed in a corner and said, "Daddy, the devil lives down there." I'm still living in that house. Haven't noticed anything strange happening other than an above average amount of bullshit tea. If you drop toast, it's definitely jelly side down.
Okay, so that reminds me of like all the crazy shit that I saw as a kid that I shouldn't have seen as a kid, like that Albert Einstein cartoon. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And the devil is in it. I imagine whatever part of the house they were pointing at looked like something that they saw and fucking that had the devil in it. And they're like, hey, that looks like that thing from my cartoon. I should tell Dad. And then they tell Dad in the dumbest way. Adult Swim made it. That's crazy. It follows an evil dog named Mr. Pickles. Okay. My sister's friend turned on Mr. Pickles on the TV and none of us liked it. It sounds awful to me. Okay, I shall take my leave for the night. Good luck with the crochet. Thank you, Ethan. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Before I left on a business, my 2-year-old son told me I was getting on a scary plane and it was going to crash into a house. I have to admit I thought about it quite a few times before the flight. I have a 3-year-old daughter. She tells me that a red man comes into her room at night through her window. His name is Consequences, and he's mean to her. She said he hurts her and stares at her while she is in her bed. She says that he comes in a spaceship with other red men. I have no idea where she would get the material for this story, and she really believes it. I've locked her window for her and pulled the blinds, all in an attempt to convince her that no one is getting in through her window. Sometimes, in the morning, she'll say it didn't work, Mama, Consequences got in last night again. I hope it's a phase, and it will pass.
Somebody put that little girl in touch with Lon. He needs another book. He needs another book deal. I would recommend checking out Mr. Pickles just because it's a fucking experience. Maybe. And it terrorizes the boy's grandpa. Okay. I don't know if I would like it. I will look at it. Lon needs to stay away from children and stop. We love Lon. Oh my goodness. Rena Georgina, thank you so much for the follow. That's so nice. Just, do you ever take a sip of tea and it's a new brand of tea, but the same flavor that you normally get, and you're just like, ooh, I think this might be my new favorite brand of tea? That's the feeling that I got because you just followed my channel. So thank you so much for being my better tea. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. All right, that was the end of the creepy kids one. We've got all the rest of these are gonna be chock full of r/that happened. Ooh, this one might not be. Okay. I found one that could be have some truth to it. Reddit, what is the creepiest true event in recorded history with some significance? I love T and totally agree. Rena, Georgina. I love it. Neil Maddie, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. You guys are amazing. Thank you. All right. Okay. Are you guys ready for creepy historic events? That sounds bomb as fuck to me, personally. This is the kind of shit that I live for.
Come to r/Credit by Haunted TTS. Subscribe and like this video for more.
Do subscribe to
forget
Haunted
click that
TTS
bell
if you
button
need
for
something to
notifications.
do in the background while you do crochet, because this is what
Reddit,
I do
is
all
the
night while
creepiest true
Josiah
event in
sleeps and I
recorded
can't.
history with some significance. The story of Delphine Lalaurie is still one of the most horrifying and unnerving things that comes to mind when we're talking about SHT that actually happened. She was a socialite in Louisiana who tortured and maimed her slaves. One day a house fire was started by one of her slave cooks who she had chained to a stove. The slave later said she started the fire as a way to kill herself. When police entered the house following the fire, they found slaves who were maimed due to all kinds of F-ed-up experiments Lalaurie had been doing on them.
F-Ked means
their
fucked.
limbs removed and reattached and stuff like that. Reportedly, some of them even begged to be killed. She was never caught. The so-called Sea Peoples. They were supposedly raiders around 3,000 years ago who used the Mediterranean to attack coastal settlements, and in some cases advanced cultures such as the Egyptians. For almost a century they were the most feared naval force in the region, and it's been speculated that they had a hand in the fall of several major civilizations including the Hittites. No one has been able to say with a credible degree of accuracy who they were, or where they came from. Then they just kind of disappeared. One of the creepiest quotes about them comes from a translated artifact of the day. No ant could stand before their arms. But my personal favorite is the dancing plague of 1518. For some odd reason a woman by the name of Trophia began dancing in Strasbourg, then so did everyone else. This
That
dance
dancing
became
dance is all for
contagious,
you,
spreading
Rena
to over
Georgina.
400 people, and I'm not talking a middle school slow dance, I'm talking a full-on violent convulsions and they couldn't stop. Some of the afflicted even died of exhaustion and heart attacks. It was pretty well documented as well by the local authorities, doctors, and church officials. Then it stopped after a month. Maybe a case of mass hysteria. Who knows? The disappearance of Frederick Valentich is weird as hell. Basically he was the pilot of a light aircraft in Australia who began radioing back to the nearest tower.
Oh, this one
that
is
there was something that
creepy.
was following him around in the sky. His last message was recorded as "It's directly over me, it is not an aircraft," and then a weird metallic screeching sound. No wreckage was ever found.
So the theory that I read on that, on the last one, that I believe, I think makes the most sense, is that he didn't realize that he, like, something malfunctioned in the plane and was fucking with his senses, and he ended up somehow upside down, and it was the ocean above him, and his own lights were reflecting back at him. That's my favorite. I feel like that makes the most sense. That's the one that I am most likely to bet on.
The story of Jeannie, the feral child, is one of the most disturbing
This one
I've
is
ever
crazy.
read. Jeannie was born in 19...
Did you guys watch the documentary on Jeannie the Feral Child? It is heartbreaking. I've heard of that happening when the weather is just right. Yeah, like your shit can get fucked up and like you'll have a hard time knowing whether you're upside down or not. Same thing as like when you first wake up from an avalanche, or if you get too deep underwater, like it's just hard to tell whether you're ass up or face up, you know? There's a lot of ways. If you ever find yourself not knowing what way is up in an avalanche and you're buried, dribble, and whatever way the spit falls is gravity. It is down, right? So if spit rolls up your face, then your head is pointed towards the ground, right? Hi, Asoma. How are you? Good to see you. And then in water, it's scary, but you have to let a bubble go. You have to stay calm and you have to let a bubble go and follow that bubble. And if you're underwater, poop. Oh yeah, that one makes me so sad. I hope she's doing okay wherever she is. I think that she's dead now. Didn't she die? Anyway, yeah, here's this one is about Jeannie. I'll start it over.
Is one of the most disturbing I've ever read. Jeannie was born in 1957 and only 20 months old when her father Clark Wiley, who, thinking she was mentally retarded, locked her up in one of the family's bedrooms. The room was located at the back of the house. The windows were covered with aluminum foil to keep the sunlight and nosy neighbors out, and the only furnishings consisted of a cage with a chicken wire lid and a child's potty chair. For nearly 11 years, she suffered at the hands of her sadistic father, locked to that chair with a homemade strapping device and hit with a 1x3 footboard each time she made a noise. She wasn't able to speak, made animal noises, wasn't able to walk. I don't know how anyone could do that to a child. The East Area Rapist Original Night Stalker. The recording is creepy enough. But also knowing he most likely was on or around his victim's property days leading up to his crimes and watching and learning these people unknown to them. No one was ever found guilty. Creepy indeed. Not really any significance, but the Silent Twins is a pretty strange story. A lot of people are familiar with the bubonic plague, but the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317 is often overlooked. It's thought to have spawned the fairy tale story of Hansel and Gretel, because people were quite literally abandoning and/or eating children in their desperation to find food. Many people turned to cannibalizing the dead or dying. Millions still died from starvation. The Jonestown Massacre is pretty creepy. Tom and Eileen Lonergan left at sea when their scuba diving charter forgot them and left them out on the Great Barrier Reef. Just the thought of it freaks me out. With sharks, hypothermia and drowning, I can't imagine the terror they went through in their final hours. I don't know if it has a huge amount of significance, but the Tam and Shud case was sure as hell creepy.
Oh my god, I'm sick to death of hearing about the Tam and Shud case.
Chemical weapon development, human experimentation, vivisection, you name it. From what I have read,
I need to not close this, and I need to fucking... why are they just mentioning things and not, like, going into detail? I'm very, very, very frustrated in this moment. Just fudge it, no one will know. I was not wrong. I did the correct thing. I am amazing. Never mind ever. I'm the best. We will do deep dives on all of these subjects. Not all of them, obviously not all of them, but on some of these subjects, there's stuff that we will cover in the future, that we will dive into together. One of them absolutely is going to be Unit 713. Rena's trying to be my favorite, Rena Georgina, and it's working. Okay, all right. Anyway. If you guys want to look ahead at Unit 713, 731, I feel like I just remember it being called Unit 713. I don't know, but I know what they're talking about. Chemical weapon development, human experimentation, vivisection, you name it. That's just true. There's all kinds of crazy fucking shit. It's disgusting and disturbing. So if you want to look into that a little bit before we get into it, in case that's something that you can't handle, that way you know not to come to the stream, and that way you can protect me from hurting you. That would be fucking great. Thanks. Because we will be doing that 100%. Also, sorry. Gotta unpause the video.
Experimentation, vivisection, you name it.
What have you missed?
From what I have read,
we went through the rest of Alien Guy's story. You were playing Monster of the Week with group today. Yeah, I bet that was very fun. Did you guys beat Monster of the Week? Also, Unit 713 or 731. I remember it as Unit 713, but I would Google Unit 713 space 731, and you will get the results for sure. I know what Monster of the Week is. I know. Did you beat? Well, I mean, it's specifically designed so that you have a monster encounter every time you meet, right? I guess I don't know it intimately, but like I'm aware of it, if that makes sense. Yeah, we have a couple mysteries. Hell yeah. Anyway, yeah, we finished the David Eckhart stuff, and we have concluded thoroughly that he is possibly schizophrenic with narcolepsy, is my best guess. But I am not a brain science, so
actually was going to release info on UFOs, but after a meeting, he was visually shaken
The guy
and
on the
crying,
sofa, yes.
as if he was told something
Lon was
very
also
disturbing.
there.
While I never thought of his presidency as a success, as a human being, he is a stand-up guy. Personally, I think he did see one, and whatever he was told must have scared him.
I'm sorry, I'm
he is a stand-up
rewinding
guy.
this?
Disturbing. But
Shit.
is hell creepy. Unit 713-731. Chemical weapon development, human experimentation, vivisection, you name it. From what I have read, that he actually was going to release info on UFOs, but after a meeting, he was visually shaken and crying, as if he was told something very disturbing. While I never thought of his presidency as a success, as a human being, he is a stand-up
Who are
guy.
they talking about?
Personally, I think he did see one, and whatever he was told must have scared him. Less. Keep in mind that he worked with administration Hyman Rickover and put himself into some very dangerous situations while helping to develop our nuclear navy. There was the dolphin-human cohabitation experiment that ended in interspecies fornication.
They didn't
Bear
fuck.
Brook murders, a body of a woman and child are found
She
in a
just
metal
gave
barrel
the
in
dolphin some hand
1985.
jobs.
Then in 2000
And it
another
killed
barrel
itself
is
once it
found
was
less than
separated from
300
her.
feet
It's
away with
very
the bodies
sad.
of 2 more children. When DNA testing is done, 2 of the 3 children are related to the women. The identity of this people has never been found. The creepiest part is the second barrel was either placed there after the investigation of the original barrel, or was there the whole time, and was never found.
That's super
Many things done by Japan during World War II. Some Wikipedia articles to start you off on the most disgusting Wikipedia rabbit hole you'll ever go down are the Nanking Massacre, Comfort Women, and Unit 731. The Tuskegee
Nanking is one that I don't know if even we could do. I don't think that we could do Nanking. Nanking was the Japanese trying to impress the Germans by way of immense cruelty during World War II. And it is the literal most disturbing story I've ever heard of something happening to a couple of human beings is a Nanking story. And I don't know if even we could do a dive into that. War crimes in a big fucking way. In a big fucking way. The inhumanity of what happened in Nanking is... I'll tell you that if doing evil things is the thing that spawns evil, obviously it is. I mean, is the thing that creates demons or whatever that line of thinking is, then a lot of demons came from the Nanking incident. It's really sad. I don't recommend looking up Nanking stuff unless you want to be ruined for a couple of days.
Experiment. In 1932, poor black people in the United States were purposefully infected with syphilis by the government. Then the disease was allowed to run rampant, even when a cure was available, and the researchers just recorded all the SHT things that happened to the victims. In the 60s, a whistleblower called for the study to be terminated, but the CDC argued that it was important to continue the study until all subjects have died. During the following years, Peter Buxton's activism brought so much negative attention onto the study that they were forced to end it in 1972 with 74 of the 399 original subjects as survivors. The murder of James Bulger in Britain. More sickening than creepy. President James Buchanan and the death of his fiancée.
Buchanan.
Her death is shrouded in mystery. Buchanan told her father that he had a letter which would explain everything, and it would be revealed at the time of his, Buchanan, death. Then on his deathbed, Buchanan had the letter destroyed. I don't have sources for this, and I'm at work, but I'm sure someone more savvy than I could find it. The Dyatlov Pass incident.
Cool. They just do not go into detail. Why isn't this why? I think that we should skip this. I think that we should skip this video because it's literally just like naming creepy events and not explaining them. I mean, every country has torture methods, however they aren't as crafty, yeah. It's sickening. It's very sickening. Okay, we're gonna do a different video. I feel bad, but like this is just a bad video. It's like they pulled stupid fucking posts. I'm so sorry if you're here, Haunted TTS. Do better. Hi, Nice Jubs. How are you? It's good to see you.
Serious. Police, security guards, paramedics, etc. Have you ever been called out only to realize it was a seemingly paranormal incident? What happened?
I'm excited about this one,
Unarmed
even though there's
security.
going to be a whole lot of r/that happened up in this piece.
For a residential building here. This is extremely
Let's
tame
not
compared to
discuss
some
our
of the other
favorite
stories
torture
here, but
techniques
this
in
is a
chat,
pretty
please.
salient
And thank you.
subject, and I have evidence. My site has a rooftop pool, and it's really one of the only major things the management gets
I'm having
anal
a
about when it's
decent day,
supposed to be
Nice
closed.
Jubs.
On a chilly night not too long
Oh,
ago,
sorry.
I
Here,
was
I'm going to start
posted
this
up
over
in the
because I was not
rooftop
paying
stair-
attention. I apologize.
Unarmed security for a residential building here. This is extremely tame compared to some of the other stories here, but this is a pretty salient subject, and I have evidence. My site has a rooftop pool, and it's really one of the only major things the management gets anal about when it's supposed to be closed. On a chilly night not too long ago, I was posted up in the rooftop stairwell staying warm when I hear a crescendoing fit of laughter that goes to the point where the laugher is gasping and choking. Kind of weird, but not a big deal considering that people throw parties and whatnot all the time, and I could tell it wasn't close enough to be someone horsing around in the pool. Then I just start hearing a bunch of shrieking, and the source of the noise is moving around. At this point I step out, and I realize it's coming from the rooftop itself, locked up and only accessible by non-security by scaling a concrete wall. The noise stops and I try to start zeroing from where exactly on this dark, slippery, cold-ass roof the noises were coming from. Then I see some footprints on the roof that were not there before.
Uh-oh.
Bare footprints with no heel print, tiptoeing.
yeah.
Footprints that are dirtier than the surface of the roof itself. Noped my way right back inside because it was an hour before clock out. He'd much rather have something paranormal than a meth head on the roof running around with no shoes. Graveyard shift security at a hotel/casino. We got called to the top floor of the hotel because people from the floor below were calling in noise complaints. I was the FNG, so I had a trainer with me when we went up. Dispatch told us over the radio that there was nobody registered on that floor. So cool. Just a few idiots being idiots. We got up there and every single door on the entire floor was wide open. Anyone who has been to these hotels knows that you can't just accidentally leave the doors open because they close by themselves. They weren't propped open or anything. Just open. We asked dispatch if engineering was doing any work up here or had anything going on during the day. After a few minutes they told us they called engineering and they said no. We just noped out at that point and said there was nobody up there. Marine stationed in Japan back in 2010-12. I was military police. One
Howdy,
night
Kyle
around
Young.
2
How
to
are
3
you?
a.m. we hear over the radio, "Ooh, any units seeing the light over the water south?" It was a Marine air station based on the southern tip of Japan. We had no flights coming in or going out that night. Everyone knew there shouldn't be a light flying over the waters. So about 3 patrol cars met up at the airfield where there was a way better view. Sure as shit there's a light sitting out over the water blinking slowly off and on. Some guys tried to say it was a star. So we had traffic control cameras from dispatch zoom in on it. Turns out it was slowly moving out of the cameras. So while by AIA we couldn't tell it was moving, the cameras picked it up. We sat there kind of amazed
UFO
for an
stories
hour
don't
before it
really
went
creep
away.
me out.
As
I
we
just
were getting back
automatically
into the
assume
squad
all
car,
of them
I
are
took
the
a last look at the
government.
night sky and saw a small light dart behind
In
some
an,
clouds
I
and
promise,
movement
not
that didn't make
unhinged
sense.
way.
I didn't tell the other guys. Just thought there's no way they would believe me. Months later I was running on the sea wall and stopped to lay down and catch my breath. Again saw a light, watched it drive into some clouds and then disappear. That was around the time of the tsunami in Fukushima. Super weird. Yeah, oh lol, you might not believe me, but at Universal Studios Hollywood, the lower lot, we use golf carts or Ford Explorers to patrol. There is a golf cart that drives itself at night. We have the number of the cart on camera and I shit you not, it's been no operational for over 6 years. Someone wrecked it on lot. Thing drives around Jaw Lake and residential area at night. Scary shit as I patrol up there a lot for my swing shift. Never seen it, but Camaras catch it zooming past yous when we are driving low. I am a police officer in large city. There are housing projects in my sector that
I
house
just don't
low-income
believe that.
residents and also some suffering from mental health issues. There's an elderly Haitian woman who calls late at night and swears
Oh,
she can
good
hear
night,
ghosts
Kyle. I
and
hope you
voodoo
feel
spirits in
better.
her residence.
I'm so
The
sorry.
first time I showed up with my partner, I told her I would go in and speak with the ghosts and close the bedroom for about 5 minutes. Then opened it and she hesitantly entered with me. I told her I asked them to leave and they need her permission to come back. She celebrated and said she can no longer see them and thanked us. This woman is otherwise quite articulate and intelligent and always refuses medical help. She will call 911 periodically every 3 to 4 months for similar reasons, and I'll go in with a water bottle with no label and go in and have her point the location where she saw them, and I sprinkle some holy water in the area and she thanks us and offers us food. We always politely decline and exit the residence. Until my roommate remembers his Reddit or makes a new one not a responder.
Oh, this is
but
a
lives
new
next door to one who is very famous in our hometown for his
story.
alien abduction.
Sorry.
But there are other stories, too. This all went down in the 80s, rural England. And my memory of the exact details are fuzzy. Been a while since anyone has bothered discussing it. Small hometown and everyone knows and is over it. The alien abduction story is that he was on the way back from a call out. Saw some odd lights on the road ahead and had to stop. A one-track road. He went to investigate the lights as any good police officer does. And next thing he knows it's a half hour later and he's back in his car seat. Car facing the other way. Some odd substance on him. No lights to be seen. The police dispatch also confirmed that his radio frequency just disappeared for that half hour. The substance was tested and didn't match any known profile. I really have no idea what that really means or what tests were. At around the same time, this officer and some others were called out by a farmer whose cows had disappeared. Yes, very stereotypical cows in a tractor beam story. But the farmer reported them missing. Multiple police show up. Gate is locked and no cows. They all decide to drive around looking for the cows. The paranormal magnet officer reports that thing where you keep trying to drive somewhere but always end up back where you were when it shouldn't be possible on his route. But they all convene back at the field at the end of shift. The cows are back, though none of the officers found them and nobody called in to find them. And remember, paranormal officer has seemingly been driving past the field on a loop all night. The farmer was also unaware when they called to ask him. Totally sounds like the farmer pulled a prank. Except it was raining that night and there was loads of wet mud building at the edge of the field where the gate is, and not footprints or hoof prints. And the cows were dry, too. The last story I have the vaguest recollection of. I think
Did
it
he
happened
not
some
have a
years earlier,
barn?
and the paranormal officer was called to the discovery site. It is mostly about a different guy. A farmhand
I'm
who was
jealous
an
that you're
immigrant who
having kitty
disappeared
belly.
without a trace and then appeared several days
I love
later
kitty belly
miles away,
scritches.
dead, with burns and another unidentifiable substance all over his body, dumped at the top of a pile of coal. Again, no sign of anyone climbing up the very precarious pile of coal, and no sightings of this farmhand getting from the farm to a different town, one road, and he didn't seem to be on it at any point. He was in the same clothes but appeared to have undressed then been redressed by someone else. Autopsy couldn't find a cause of death. It wasn't the burns, and he was like, barely dead, no rigor mortis, when discovered. Edit, should probably add that the official answer to the farmhand death was spontaneous ball lightning. Itself a weird theory, and it doesn't explain most of the situation. I am not saying aliens, but everyone at home is mildly convinced of the aliens. I was a caregiver in a retirement home for 6 months at the beginning of the pandemic. We had one patient, let's call them Robert, that was mute, so when they called us because they needed something, of course we would just hang up and go to their rooms. I had been on vacation for a week and my coworkers and I didn't have the chance to go over what had happened while I was away. We had 24 patients for 2 caregivers, so we would split the unit in half, 12 residents for each caregiver, and we would help the other if needed. So, the first shift after my vacation, I was taking care of Robert's unit. Few minutes after I arrived, I got a call from Robert's room. So, I hang up, finish with my current patient and calmly walk to the room. When I arrived, the door was locked, which was really unusual since Robert usually leaves the door open. I knock, unlock the door and open it. To my surprise, the room was pitch black except the television that was turned on. It took me a few minutes to realize that Roberts wasn't in the room. So, I called my coworker and asked, have you seen Roberts? And that's when they told me, oh, yeah, he passed away 2 days ago. Alright, weird, but not the first time that our system glitches like that and we get a phone call in empty room. I go on with my shift, like nothing happened. I had left the door open when I was helping another patient walk to the kitchen. When we passed Robert's room, they said, hi Robert, I thought you were at the hospital. Welcome back. I was 100% convinced that the room was haunted now. We would get a call from that room a few times a week until Roberts was buried, and after that, nothing else happened in that room. We've also had another patient calling us because there was Mike sitting in his chair every night. Mike was the name of the patient that passed away in that room. They had never met. I got called to persistent fire alarms.
Okay, so this is a new one. I want to pause this. I believe that people invent these stories after the initial creepy thing happens, or like there's one key creepy thing that happens and then they invent a story around it. And I feel like people can invent this story so passionately that they truly believe it. Does that make sense? I feel like that is the explanation for so many paranormal stories. Isn't that an actual phenomena? I don't know. Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. I look up and listen to and read about creepy shit all day, every day, and have never heard of that, but I wouldn't be surprised. either way. There's a lot of shit I've never heard of, so I don't know. And again, I am not a brain science.
Being set off in a block of flats that used to be a poor house in the 1800s. The alarms would go off 3 to 4 times a night at certain times of the year. We arrive and residents are all outside saying they could hear a woman crying. No one wanted to go in as they assumed it was her that was setting the alarms off and she might be crazy. We went up. Yep, sure enough, could hear a woman crying. Sounded like the stairwell. Up we went and walked. Crying get louder. Turned the landing and realized the sound was then below us. It was coming from the top step of the previous flight of stairs. Well, I nearly shat myself. What made it worse was guess who has just bought a flat on the ground floor and was moving in the following week. Yep, me.
They talk about a ghost boy who never existed and it turns the spirit into something real. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that's not something that I've ever really heard of. Sorry, one moment.
To bail through the front doors, past the staircase and into my flat like I was being chased by wolves. Before my actual job in law, worked security in a college back in 2016. I remember at some point a movement detection alarm tripped in the theater. I check up on the cameras and only the lobby had a camera. The lights were flickering but it seemed intelligent, meaning one light was flickering then suddenly another one was. I decided to go check it out. All doors were locked magnetically. Lights stopped flickering the second I walked into the room. Creepy stuff. Once worked in a call center very late at night. Around 8 p.m. you'd hear all the doors in the main corridor slamming shut, but the doors didn't open or close at all. Later we tried to frighten one of the workers by telling them the place was haunted, and found out about a month later that the entire building was on top of a medieval plague pit, where they just built over it and left the corpses buried.
I'm sure it was.
I worked security at night in a luxury condo. I actually started a little over a month ago and I already had a fair share of incidents. Alarms triggered for no apparent reason, finding unusual doors unlocked, random orbs on the cameras, doors slamming while nobody's around. Elevator phone started ringing by itself. Former paramedic of 15 years here. I never experienced anything paranormal per se, but I will say when you walk into a room where someone has recently been murdered or committed suicide by violent methods, there is a feeling in the room hard to describe. It's like the air is heavy, thick with malice. You can feel that something is not right. It's probably just my brain subconsciously telling me to get out of there.
It is definitely just your brain subconsciously telling you to get out of there.
I think it's entirely possible we leave something behind when we die. I mean, your personality and consciousness are just a series of electrical signals, right? That's a real thing. Thanks for the replies, everyone. My dad used to work at a military fortress. He wasn't serving or anything, but his company such that it was based there. As such, they had custodial duties to the base. One occasion I remember him going on about was around New Year one year, and he was working quite late, so it was dark when he left. TBH, I think it was only around 7 p.m., but the sun sets at like 3:30 p.m. in that part of the world in winter. On the drive home he realized he'd forgotten his phone, so he turned around to go and get it. He parked up and walked through the glassy, over the drawbridge and through the arch which brought him into the main square from where his office was visible on the top floor of the block on the right. He noticed then that the light was still on in one of the end rooms of the office. I recall it was some kind of storeroom. It was odd, he thought, because he'd been the last one out and had locked up, so his first thought was that he'd locked someone in. When he got up there, though, the lights were all off and nobody was about. He received his phone in quick order and left in a little more than a hurry. There were other happenings too which didn't involve my dad.
I love your name, Pancake, so much. Pancake445. And yeah, I agree with you entirely. They mentioned it in some of the Slender Man stories online. I think it was something they brought up in Everyman Hybrid. Oh man, it's been such a long time since I watched any of the Marble Hornets stuff. But also, I don't think that something that is talked about in Slender Man, I don't think that that necessarily like lends it credence. You know what I mean? Like if they were referencing a real thing within Marble Hornets, then sure.
On one occasion his boss came in one morning to complaints from the night cleaner accusing him of peeking at him from behind doors and hiding, giggling and flicking lights on and off, which was obviously a surprise because he'd been at home all night. The army occupied other floors in the block, and other blocks on the camp, and often complained about loud parties from the office which never happened, plus soldiers regularly seeing apparitions among countless other spooky things. Edit, some sentences shortened for readability. My sheriff aunt said that calls come in all the time from houses that burnt down, or where the occupants died a long time ago. My coworker used to be a security guard for the forensic mental health unit nearby. It used to be a mental asylum and was renowned for treating its patients horribly. There's a graveyard nearby with over 200 unmarked graves for bodies they exhumed on the old asylum grounds. A lot of people would try to sneak into the old abandoned buildings, and my coworker and his partner would get deployed to tell them to piss off or to check it out to make sure no one was there, and he said very regularly he would feel spirits, see unexplained movement, and hear screaming, especially in the treatment and intake rooms. I'm not very spiritual, but I totally believe
Absolutely
it. That place
scary.
has a lot of sad history behind it. 2 second-hand stories from my friend who used to be a security guard in the federal building in Portland. Or one night she saw what looked like someone in a dark hoodie standing by an office door at the far end of a long hallway. When she called out, the person turned to face her, but she couldn't see a face in the hood. Then it zoomed at her, covering the full length of the corridor in about a second, sort of swooshed past her and disappeared. She was standing at the end of the hall with a non-openable window behind her. A different time she got called into work because a coworker, a huge hulking dude she had once seen break up a fight by lifting 2 guys and smashing them together, saw something that scared him so bad he left the building without even knocking
your
up.
friend
Drove
doesn't
home
just
and called
make
in
up
from his bed. He
fantastical
refused to talk
tales.
about it.
And
Among
you're
their
naive.
employees,
That's
this building
definitely
had a
not what's going
reputation
on
for weird
there.
noises
No
and sightings.
siree.
I was working night shifts as a security guard from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. in a 2-story office building that had probably 50 to 80 workers all in cubicles during the day. It was only myself there during the night. I was stationed at the front door where their switchboard desk is, and I do a patrol of the entire building every 2/3 hours. I always heard weird thuds and people walking. I even checked to see if I was right. Usually I'd hear something around 3:15 a.m. I ended up getting used to it since nothing was ever there. The weirdest thing that happened was on my 3rd patrol roughly around 3:30 am. As I walked on the 2nd story, I noticed some of the ceiling tiles were gone and 2 of the roof hatches were completely opened. I didn't notice any of this on my earlier patrols. When I told morning staff, they had no idea why. Later I talked to the other guard who used to work there for years. Older gentleman and religious. Hess also noticed many weird things, but he didn't want to talk about it. Other things have happened, such as computer screens coming on, coffee machines turning on randomly, radios randomly turning on. Couple times I'd sworn things were moved because
Electricity
it looked different
be
from
weird,
earlier
y'all.
patrols. It was an easy gig, but I'm sure the place was haunted by something. TLDR. Worked overnight security in an office building. It was haunted. Edit. To clarify about
You ever
the
notice
roof
that
entrance
all
is more,
those things
the
you
building did have
listed
side ladders
was
that are locked.
electricity
Maybe if
related?
someone was crazy enough
Just
to scale them, he could get
throwing
access.
it out there.
The roof entrances were only
Hi Lilith, good to see you. It's just a hat. It's a super simple hat. Also, it ended up being very flat on top, which I am not crazy about. But we're doing shells for the body of it here, and we're plugging along. We're plugging along pretty good, and as soon as it's done, I'm gonna figure out a way to do a giveaway and send it to somebody that's in chat. So that's pretty exciting. And I think I will do that for all of my creepy crochets. Anyway.
Only in the housekeeping rooms and could only be opened from the inside. The door was a double-sided badge to unlock. Each door had a camera on it also, and I checked said cameras without seeing anything. I have worked as a nurse for 7 years and have worked night shifts in 2 very old and prestigious hospitals, a lot. Places that have gone through most London major medical incidents in the past 200 years. One of them opened in 1100 AD. Not once have I experienced anything you would consider paranormal activity. I feel like it is worth mentioning. These are places where death has happened a lot, like more than most places, so kind of prime ghost territory. This is my experience, but very willing to hear opposing views. I worked as private security for a hotel under construction in 2019. My shift was from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It was some real FNAF shit. I was a level 1 guard, so I couldn't carry anything beside a flashlight. Of course, I didn't adhere to that rule. I
used to do a lot of urban exploring, and most, if not all, the weird noises and movements are animals, homeless people, and people who don't want to get caught trespassing. Lots of stuff there. Yeah, I imagine. Also, I'm so okay that you lived to tell the tale. I feel like urban exploring is a hobby that ends in death far too often. So thank goodness that you used to do a lot of urban exploring. It's so fucking dangerous, man. I'm so happy that you came out the other side without incident. ? Did he really just say a bunch of FNAF shit? I worked as a private security for a hotel under construction in 2019. My shift was from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. It was some real FNAF shit. Yeah. I was a level 1 guard, so I couldn't carry anything else or anything besides a flashlight. Of course, I didn't adhere to that rule. The construction workers left the site by 4 p.m., so I was on my own. Also, old buildings just make noise. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's why I stopped and always went with more people. For sure. It's scary. It's scary. It's like buildings, just decrepit buildings alone, even if there aren't threats in there, are dangerous on their own, you know? Anyway.
Construction workers left the site by 4 p.m., so I was on my own. Sometimes the drywall guy would stay late and we would smoke as we pen. He usually left by 8 p.m. I would usually spend my shifts in either my brown SUV, that kind of helped me blend in the background and catch intruders off guard, or in one of the half-furnished hotel rooms and do a full site sweep every hour. My first day went fine. A little boring, but there was nothing to report. I used that time to walk around the whole site. All 5 floors and even the roof. The building had most of its windows aside from the safety windows at the end of each floor, so the building wasn't too secure. The second day I swore that I was hearing whispering. This was a bad part of town, so I feared getting shanked with a needle more than ghosts. I checked each floor, every nook and cranny, every hour, on the hour till I left at 6 p.m. The whispering continued on the third day. It sounded ethereal-like. I felt like I could have made out a syllable every once in a while. I have a religious background, so I feel pretty safe from what's out there. On my 4th day I met the drywall guy, and we talked about the site and shot the shit for about an hour till he left. But not before I got the highest I've ever been in my life at that point, but I digress. I asked if he's ever heard or seen any suspicious activity while he stayed late. He told me of some homeless and thieves they had to chase out. Hence the reason I was hired, I guess. I asked if he's had any creepiness happen to him as well, and he gave an anecdote of hearing laughter and talking sometimes when he's not paying attention. The rest of the night went well because I kept my high ass in the SUV and watched Iron Man 1 and 2. The 6th day was different. The drywall guy wasn't there when I arrived in shift, so I was on my own. I didn't hear the whispering at all until about 1 a.m. I was on the 3rd floor walking room to room, in almost total darkness aside from my flashlight, when I heard a light sniffling like when you have a cold. I froze in place and just listened, trying to hear for details. That's what being raised by a Marine does. The sniffles continued for about 2 minutes. Then it built up to a light weep like a girl who scraped her knee, or like the witch from Left 4 Dead. I slowly made my way to the staircase to follow the sound. It sounded like it was coming from the 1st floor. As I was about to enter the stairwell,
your lies would be so much more believable if they were not so full of tropes.
Like scaffolding toppled or a printer fell over. After the demonic jump scare, I froze and listened to see if I can hear running or shuffling or anything. Nothing. I slowly made my way to the 1st floor.
I'm just disgusted. You're not even trying.
There was nothing. I did my rounds as usual, but totally on edge. The next day was uneventful.
That's the second video game reference.
A few days later at about 11 p.m. I was sitting in my SUV facing the lobby of the building when I thought I saw movement in my peripheral vision. I put my phone down and looked in the direction it came from. I was about 60 feet away when suddenly, a flashlight turned on, revealing a tall man wearing a dark trench coat, bandana face cover, and was wearing a huge backpack. This guy was decked out, so I did not want to interact with him. I blasted him with my flashlight and turned on my SUV and flashed the brights. He was gone. I called the cops and had to wait a bit for them to arrive. One cop showed up and we cleared the hotel, room to room, and there was no one found. I spent about another month at that post, with not much activity occurring after that. One creepy detail about the building is, about 20 days in, I found a crawl space underneath the stairs. There was a false wall with a 7 feet wide and 5 foot tall room with drink containers and fast food bags everywhere. That post was an experience and a half. Would totally do it again, lol. EMT here.
Okay,
one
new
of
one.
my partners told me a story about an old fire station that used to be in use. He and his partner at the time were sleeping in the bunks and it's pitch black for them. This fire station kinda looked like the one in Ghostbusters, so I'd say that the building dated back to the 60s. Anyways, there's no one else in the station except for them. Their mini fridge in the room cracked and someone screamed "Bishop." I'm not in the mood, and then the fridge slowly closed. Another one of my partners said that they had a situation that it was at a similar time around the top carrot. All of the firefighters were sound asleep. Sometimes in our bays, garage/main doors to station, we keep the back doors to our ambulances closed. At that
There's
time,
also,
my
like, if
partner
you've never heard of
stated that
Fisher
they
Cat
heard a
before,
loud thump.
I feel like a
Went to
lot
go
of
inspect what happened,
women's
and they found the back
screams
doors
are
open to
probably
the
chalked
truck
up
and
to
their
like
equipment.
foxes
Jump back
too.
on the floor.
Sperry,
I was
like
in the
there's all
Army,
kinds
but
of
the story
animals that
seems
make
right for here.
really
We were
scary
on a night
fucking
patrol close to
noises.
this weird place up in the hills. Didn't make us feel good inside, but couldn't tell why. During this patrol, one of our squads started reporting movement. When we
Babies
all got to
crying
their
off
position,
and
they all looked
bunnies
like sheets.
being
The
eaten.
CO of the squad was holding one end of the radio without it being connected, and to this day everyone in that squad swears that they heard a girl's voice through that radio. About 3 miles down the hill was a village that we'd visited before, and we had children watch us move to that position before, but we couldn't find anyone during that night that
Foxes
wasn't
are
one of
cute
us.
as hell.
A guy I worked with told me about a computer programming job he had at a small bank that I think was in Salem, Oregon. He was engrossed working on some code and didn't notice people leaving for the day, but at some point he realized he was alone, but he could hear slow, Irregular typing, like somebody who didn't know how to type was using one finger. He was in a groove and kept working, but eventually he had to stop and figure out what it was. After walking around and finding nobody there, he realized the sound was coming from behind a door he had never seen opened. As he opened the door, the typing sound stopped, and what he found was a small closet with some boxes of forms and stuff stacked up. And on top of the boxes was an old manual typewriter, like from the 1920s, no paper in it. At that point he just closed the door and called it a night. This guy was a rather unimaginable.
A typewriter sounds nothing like a keyboard. A typewriter sounds nothing like a keyboard. So first he says FNAF, and now you're saying foxes, so he should stay out of Pirates Cove. Ours was a mental health hospital. Lots of hinky as fuck experiments and deaths and whatnot, yeah. Bro, typewriters are loud as fuck. Welcome, Refloid. I was wondering if we would be seeing you tonight. Hold on. So sorry. Pancake said, wait, a cop arrived and we cleared the building room to room. I'm pretty sure a cop wouldn't let a level 1 security guard clear the building with him, or anyone who isn't also a cop for that matter. Maybe a security guard, maybe in a small town, but this person said that they were like such a noob that they were only allowed to carry a flashlight, so I agree with you. Mountain lion mating calls sound like a woman shrieking. I wouldn't be surprised if most accounts of screaming from the woods are that. Agree. I'm old enough to have used a typewriter, and there's no way you would confuse it with a keyboard. Same. I have owned typewriters. Fuck, I'm so sorry that I keep bumping my camera here. I have just like no space. You could see all of my mess over there. Sorry, that's just like my weed, the bowl my yarn is in, so that it doesn't jump all over my desk and stuff. My old coffee mug from the coffee that I had. Is there any left in there? No, damn. And my phone and my birth control. Zero Daxy has zero space. I need a bigger desk so bad. Okay, here we go.
Imaginative person and also a hardcore biblical Christian. He never even reported this or asked his coworkers about it. I would have stuck a sheet of paper in the typewriter and then noped out for the night. Temporarily security guard at a supermarket in Holland. Suddenly I get a call that there is a kid locked in one of our walk-in coolers that you need a magnetic key for to unlock. Customers and staff have heard this kid yell for help. I get my magnetic master key and open the door. Execute this bitch empty. EXE there is nothing in the cooler, no kid, no produce nada. We explain it away as some joke, but staff insist they heard it. Jokingly tell them they heard a ghost or some shit. And after that I continue my shift slightly unnerved. Part of my overnight security job post-college was checking in on this old penthouse that had been converted to an open office. I learned pretty early on to just wait until half in the morning, since alarms would trip on the balcony around 12:30 most nights. The door would be open/unlatched even if I had been there locked, and set the remaining alarms previously. My sister has been a nurse for about 8 years in Southern and now Northern California.
I'm bad.
Worked in hospitals, med-surg, tele, ICU,
I'm bad and
dialysis
stupid and
centers,
dumb.
and now a hospice nurse.
Nice.
She has a few stories from the hospital. Things like children laughing, shadows, patients claiming they saw another dead patient when they had never met. One of the creepiest that she and the other nurses told me was about a patient complaining and scared that something was under their bed. He was older and confused, so they didn't think much of it. Checked on him, responded to the multiple calls, and just tried to make him feel better. The next day, a new patient went into that room, another older person but not confused, and called to complain about something under his bed. They sort of brushed it off again after checking. The next night, a new patient in his 20s and completely coherent called crying that something kept running under his bed. They checked and found nothing, but the patient was in such distress and shaking. They moved him. Happened quite a few other times as well. They never found anything, but that was so creepy to me. Not sure if this is paranormal or not, but we live together now and she works as a hospice nurse. Every so often, she would scream or I'd hear her struggle or make weird noises in the middle of the night. I'd go to check and she'd tell me it was sleep paralysis, and explain what happened. That she saw a specific patient in her episode standing over her and growling, crying, or screaming. Always a very scary dream. The next day, that patient would die. Happened about 13 times so far. Trips me out. I was a corrections officer for 5 years at a county jail. We had an inmate commit suicide in his lockdown cell and not be found for a few hours. That unit has primarily been an ADSEG unit the entirety of the facility being open. In the years I worked there, we had 3 inmate deaths in that same cell. 2 suicides, 1 natural causes. I can't say for certain there is something there, but doing midnight head count in that unit was always a little unnerving. You get used to being watched by inmates, but that unit had always felt like it was something else. Even when the unit was empty, you would get that feeling that something was there. New officers experienced it. Veteran officers experienced it.
I don't believe for
Even the
1
maintenance
second
guys
that
when they
that's
went into
true
work on a
because
cell.
no prison in America does not focus on keeping the cells absolutely as full as possible. And that's just the way that it's going to work as long as we have private prisons in America. I just don't believe that you would have entire cell blocks that are just empty. I don't believe you. An entire unit of cell blocks, even. Oh, it was a county jail, not a prison. Never mind. Never mind, never mind, never mind. I changed my mind. I'm sorry. All right, well, that was the end of that one. This one is called What Are Some Weird Real X-Files Like Mysteries?
By Haunted TTS. Subscribe and like this video for more, and don't forget to click that bell button for notifications.
I'm wondering how they improved text-to-speech so much recently. I wonder how that happened. Did they just, like... Did they start recording phonemes better? Because I feel like text-to-speech is so much harder to identify now than it used to be. It's still easy to identify, but it used to be way worse. I don't know if you all remember fucking Microsoft Sam and shit. Sorry, here we go.
What are some W-Road, real-life XFI-less type mysteries?
I know you can deepfake voices now,
The
so maybe it
village
has
that
something to
fell
do with
asleep.
that. Yeah, I
The
wonder.
remote village of Kalachi, Kazakhstan suffers from an unusual problem. Since 2013, up to a third of the village's tiny population has suffered from extreme sleeping sickness. Residents have reportedly been carrying out their normal daily routines before suddenly falling asleep and slipping into comas that have lasted for as long as 2 weeks. Upon awakening, the victims have suffered elevated blood pressure, nausea, blinding headaches and memory loss. Some residents have fallen asleep in this manner on multiple occasions. Baffled doctors and scientists have tested radiation levels, carbon monoxide readings, and searched for high levels of metal salt, which can be toxic.
I have to redo
At the
this
time of
row
writing,
again?
there are no obvious causes for the malaise. Many have blamed the disused Soviet uranium mine that sits, long abandoned on the outskirts of the village, but there are no historical reports
It is
of
sad that
miners
drone
suffering
delivery from
similar
websites
symptoms.
has largely
While the
failed.
scientists
I
are
am
entirely
depressed by
perplexed
that.
the situation, the president of Kazakhstan has vowed to look into the bizarre situation personally and rehouse the unlucky villagers if necessary. Maybe not
One more
X-Files
time,
exactly,
undoing the
but the
whole
Jonestown
fucking
suicide
row.
massacre is
Hilarious.
definitely up there for one of the most bizarre things to happen in human history. I can never wrap my head around how someone's words can be so powerful that he can convince 1,000
this
people,
row this
many
time, though, at
well-educated,
least.
to kill themselves and their children. Maybe it's because I've never really been religious, so I'm quite detached from their minsid. But how can someone possibly be delusional enough to follow the footsteps of a madman? The Green Children of Wilpid. The legend of the Green Children of Wilpid concerns 2 children of unusual skin color who reportedly appeared in the village of Wilpid in Suffolk, England, sometime in the 12th century, perhaps during the reign of King Stephen. The children, brother and sister, were of generally normal appearance, except for the green color of their skin. They spoke in an unknown language.
Pancake, there's a lot of that kind of shit on Reddit.
Eventually, they learned to eat other food and lost their green pallor, but the boy was sickly and died soon after he and his sister were baptized. The girl adjusted to her new life, but she was considered to be rather loose and wanton in her conduct. Too, after she learned to speak English, the girl explained that she and her brother had come from St. Martin's Land, a subterranean world inhabited by green people. The deafening and
Okay.
brain damage of US and Canadian diplomats in Cuba is definitely a strange mystery, though I think the going theory at the moment is some kind of sonic weapon being wielded by some shady foreign actor. The Mary Celeste, an American merchant ship that was
The Mary
found
Celeste
completely
is
abandoned
creepy as
by its
hell.
crew in 1872. The ship was still in seaworthy condition, but one of the lifeboats was missing. None of the crew were ever seen or heard from again. The lead masks case. In August of 1966,
Also
two
creepy
men
as
left their
hell.
village in Brazil to go to Rio de Janeiro to purchase a car and some supplies. They took a bus to the city, then bought waterproof coats and a bottle of water from a couple of shops. 3 days later, their bodies were found on a hillside. Each man wore a full suit, a waterproof coat, and a mask of lead over his eyes. The empty water bottle lay on the grass between them. A small notebook was found with them, on which was written, in Spanish Portuguese. 1630 at the specified location. 1830 ingest capsules, after the effect protect metals await signal mask. The cause of death was never firmly identified. There was no sign of trauma on the bodies, and the formal autopsy was delayed. By the time it was conducted, the internal organs were too decomposed for reliable testing. Nobody knows how these two men came to be on a hillside, formally dressed and wearing lead masks. Nobody knows what the capsules the note referred to were. Nobody knows what killed the men. The Antikythera mechanism. It tracks the movement of planets. It was
Lemino's
made
videos?
before
No,
Christ was
tweet
born,
me
and
by all
humanity
means.
was incapable of making anything similar for another 1500 years afterward. The equivalent would be finding a motherboard in Roman ruins. I have a bag in my sock drawer with 19 odd socks counted yesterday. I have never thrown their partners out and have looked everywhere. There's no way they could have left the house, they simply ceased to be. The Jersey Devil. As far as strange creatures go, this one interests me a lot because there are a few police reports where officers have written down seeing it and shooting at it, to no effect. Perhaps it was a cover-up for some bad police work, but I believe one officer was called to the area because of the Jersey Devil causing a ruckus, sounding like human screams. This was decades ago, so no bodycam or dashcam footage. The Ghost Rapes of Bolivia. This one was eventually solved, but the premise is interesting.
What?
Manitoba colony thought the women were being raped by demons because the women kept falling asleep and waking up raped, but with no recollection of what happened. They tried as hard as they could to stay awake, but they never could. Turns out 9 men were basically gassing the entire house in order to break in and rape the women. Officially there were at least 130 victims until 2 of the men were caught and their plans fell apart. They used a cow anesthetic supplied by a local veterinarian in order to spray the entire family asleep, managing to rape at least one member of half of the households. Even some men and boys were raped.
That's
Kelly
so
Hopkinsville was
fucked
pretty weird.
up.
The rural family shot at and was harassed by strange creatures for most of the night. Definitely a strange one. On the evening of August 21, 1955, 5 adults and 7 children arrived at the Hopkinsville police station, claiming that small alien creatures from a spaceship were attacking their farmhouse, and they had been holding them off with gunfire for nearly 4 hours.
The
2
inspiration
of the
for
adults,
signs?
Elmer Sutton
What?
and Billy Ray Taylor, claimed they
His
had
name
been
was
shooting at 12
Elmer!
to 15
I
short,
love
dark
it!
figures who repeatedly popped up at the doorway or peered into the windows. Nice try, Chris Carter. The Dyatlov Pass incident. My personal favorite is the Count de Saint-Germain. I love the idea of living forever, and that perhaps he was missing the genetic gene, or whatever, I haven't researched it in years, that causes a person to age. England's Roswell. In late December 1980, there were a series of
There's some
reported
stuff
sightings
that I
of
need to
unexplained
look
lights
up
near
from this
Rendlesham Forest,
video.
Suffolk, England, which have become linked with claims of UFO landings. The events occurred just
That I
outside
haven't
RAF
heard of or
Woodbridge,
don't
which was
know
used
enough
at the
about to
time by
comment
the US
on.
Air Force. USAF personnel, including Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles I. Halt, claimed to see things they described as a UFO sighting. I've always thought it'd be a neat episode if they linked Mkultra with the overarching alien main plot, but Mkultra itself is cool seeing as how a lot of the records were destroyed. The disappearance of Jais. This is one that still keeps me up at night, so if you're squeamish, do yourself a favor and stop reading. Back when I was in high school, my family lived in a small rural community called Jais. In 2010, my parents answered their door to find a young blonde-haired girl selling world's finest chocolate bars for a school fundraiser. Being nice, my mom bought a chocolate bar for each person in our home. Everyone ate theirs, but I decided to save mine for later since it was lawn mowing day, and I wanted a nice treat after a day of mowing grass, so I stored my chocolate bar away in the fridge. Nothing creepy so far, right? Fast forward to that afternoon. I go back to eat my chocolate after mowing grass all day, and it's gone. I know I'd seen my sister snooping around the fridge earlier, but she says she didn't see anyone take it, and neither of my parents took it either. To this day no one admits to eating the chocolate and no one saw anyone else take it. So what happened to my chocolate bar? Was it abducted by
Shut
aliens?
up.
Was our
Why
frigid
do you
portal
waste
to
our
another
time?
chocolatey dimension? Was the little blonde chocolate saleswoman a witch? She was. We may never know. Skinwalker Ranch. After many years
How
of cattle
condescending.
mutilations, encounters and sighting, the ranch was bought by a billionaire who wanted to study the phenomenon. He brought in scientists, researchers, equipment, really poured resources into it. And yeah, strange SHT going on there. Multiple witnesses. Physical evidence. George Knapp describes his findings from Skinwalker Ranch. Gloria Ramirez, anyone? About 8:15 p.m. on the evening of February 19, 1994, Ramirez, suffering from the effects of advanced cervical cancer, was brought into the emergency room of Riverside General Hospital by paramedics. She was extremely confused and was suffering from tachycardia and Cheyne-Stokes respiration. The medical staff
Tachycardia.
injected her with diazepam,
My favorite
midazolam,
medical
and
condition.
lorazepam to sedate her. When it became clear that Ramirez was responding poorly to treatment, the staff tried to defibrillate her heart. At that point several people saw an oily sheen covering Ramirez's body, and some noticed a fruity, garlic-like odor that they thought was coming from her mouth. A registered nurse named Susan Kane attempted to draw blood from Ramirez's arm and noticed an ammonia-like smell coming from the tube. She passed a syringe to Julie Gorchinsky, a medical resident.
They
who
better
noticed
stay the
manila
fuck
colored
away from my
particles floating
coffee,
in
I'll
the
tell
blood.
you that much
At this
right
point,
now.
Kane fainted and was removed from the room. Shortly thereafter, Gorchinsky began to feel nauseated. Complaining that she was lightheaded, she left the trauma room and sat at a nurse's desk. A staff member asked her if she was okay, but before she could respond she also fainted. Maureen Welch, a respiratory therapist who was assisting in the trauma room, was the third to pass out. The staff was then ordered to evacuate all emergency room patients to the parking lot outside the hospital. Overall, 23 people became ill, and 5 were hospitalized. A skeleton crew stayed behind to stabilize Ramirez. At 8:50 p.m., after 45 minutes of CPR and defibrillation, Ramirez was pronounced dead from kidney failure related to her cancer.
That's
the Voynich
creepy.
Manuscript. This is a book that was possibly created around the early
Okay, Pancake said something that interests me. Most of these have a perfectly sensible explanation that makes sense, but it is improbable enough for people who like conspiracies to think it had to be ghosts, aliens. Oh, it was Reploid God that said Dyatlov Pass is largely solved due to Frozen, believe it or not. I don't know how it has to do with Frozen, but I do remember reading the new theories about it. What is Cachacardia? Sorry. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. It was just the text-to-speech not saying tachycardia, right, which is heart-related issues. Where they just do the haunting shit right in front of you with a shit-eating grin and act like it's real. Yeah. I don't know what happened to your chocolate. Okay, also the Voynich manuscript was proven fake, wasn't it? A regular heart rhythm, yes. It's a regular heart rhythm that is like, you don't have a regular heart rhythm if there's nothing bad going on with your heart, essentially.
15th century. No one knows
Again,
who
I am
wrote
not
it,
a brain
what
science
language it
or
is
a body
in, who
science.
the illustrator is,
Oh
or
shit.
what it
They used the physics engine they used for the snow and Frozen to simulate an avalanche, and that's how they solved it. Interesting. I definitely, like, I remember reading about it pretty recently, and by pretty recently, I mean within the past, like, 7 years. That's crazy. I had no idea that it was because of Frozen. I definitely remember them being like, yeah, everybody's pretty sure it was an avalanche. And then, like, obviously their corpses got eaten a little bit and sunburnt a little bit. Not that hard to have happen on a fucking mountain. Anyway, I don't understand why it was a mystery for so long, TBH. But also, I am not a science. I wouldn't have solved it.
Even means.
So
it has been studied worldwide by experienced code breakers, and still no one has any idea exactly what it is. The Voynich manuscript is thought to contain herbal, astronomical, and cosmological information, among other things, such as recipes. The Phoenix Lights incident in Arizona.
I very, very much want a copy of the Voynich manuscript, though, because it is legit aesthetics. I think they called it a slab avalanche. It's such a rare phenomenon that they didn't even know it existed until not too long ago. That's why it was such a mystery. Okay, that explains a lot. Because, yeah, their bones were broken and shit, too, which is not typical in an avalanche. Unless you were hit by a bunch of, like, debris and stuff, right? They used lanterns with thorium in them, so that explained a lot of the excessive radiation. I didn't know that. I don't recall that being in the new theory stuff that I read either. I also am, like, just plain stupid, though. So it's not shocking that, like, it wouldn't shock me if I found out that it wasn't, like, that was part of my research and I just forgot. Anyway.
1997. Thousands of people witnessed weird lights in the sky over Phoenix, and it seems that there were 2 incidents happening at the same time. Adding to the confusion, first incident was the lights, and the second a mysterious aircraft that was spotted by many people. The latter might be mass hysteria, but we have video footage of the lights. I haven't seen any logical explanation for them, except for flares. I've seen the videos, those things were not flares. At least not ordinary common ones. They held formation and lasted way more than flares do, and they didn't die out in a similar fashion. And the other explanation is secret military experiment. Conducted over Phoenix, Arizona, which had a population of almost 1-2 million in 1997. Aren't secret military experiments usually a bit more secret?
He just wants a little kiss.
As in, not conducted over large cities with hundreds of people filming it. So what were the Phoenix lights? I saw a documentary about it when I was a kid, and it has fascinated me ever since. Oh, I don't believe in aliens. I mean, it would be like believing in the postman. It's a vast, very old universe, and the probability that civilizations have risen, fallen, and are rising and falling at this moment, and will rise and fall in the future is high. I just doubt that aliens circle around the earth spooking people during the night. Not the best use for their time and money. We are more likely to encounter von Neumann probes than aliens.
I promise you, if somebody has explored physics to the point where they can rip a wormhole into the fucking universe and use it to travel to us, thus saving them several light years of travel and several like hundreds of years of travel, then I don't believe that they still utilize money. I just don't believe that they would do that. Capitalism is fucking stupid. It is, like, legit the dumbest system. I mean, it's smart if you're evil and greedy and good at getting to the top of it. Here's looking at you, white guys. Anyway, sorry. I don't need to say all of my stupid leftist bullshit right now. It's not stupid. My leftist bullshit is still smart. Okay.
But again, von Neumann probes have a mission to fulfill, and spooking humans during the night and hovering over Arizona probably isn't one of them.
Cries and white guy.
Most logical explanation
you're not,
is that something went wrong.
First of all, I never said that you were evil or bad. I just said that you, well, I guess I kind of did imply it. I don't think that all white men are evil and bad. That was mean of me to say. I don't mean it. But I do think that you're awfully good at getting on top of capitalism. I do have to say that I had to choose to cut somebody out of my life recently because they exposed themselves as somebody who, like, literally looked for keyword white man so that he could make a victim of himself from people saying that white guys have it better. And I just don't have the fucking patience for that kind of fucking, like, looking for a way to be the victim is just the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. And nobody's better at it than ignorant white guys. Holds back tears because at least she's looking at his stuff. Oh God, can you imagine space corporations? Space Facebook. Okay, guys. Let's not fucking will that into the world. Please and thanks.
One screwed up, maybe it was a secret military experiment. Who knows? Some overworked scientist typed the coordinates in wrongly, perhaps. The Frederick Valentich disappearance. In 1978, a Cessna pilot disappeared after reporting seeing a UFO. It gets pretty creepy as he described a craft orbiting his plane before a strange metallic scraping noise is heard and he goes off radar. All those nuclear fusion attempts that supposedly work
Hot
and then
alien
don't
singles
work.
in your galactic
I'll say
quadrant.
that sonic weapon attack against the US Embassy in Havana is
Hi,
some straight
Lily.
up X-Files SHT. Or more accurately, it's Fringe. Bowling Green Massacre.
Ooh, you
Never
win that
forget.
challenge.
Check out
I
Astonishing
bestow.
Legends.
Well,
Think it's a podcast.
I don't know if I
upload
should
too
bestow
often,
any
but
luck
amazing
upon you
content
because
and
almost all
seems
of my
right up
luck
your
is
alley.
bad.
Lead masks case.
I know, it's so
Basically two dead
exciting,
bodies
Pancake.
found wearing suits, lead eye masks as well
Don't
as
give
waterproof
Zuckermusk
cloaks.
ideas
Along with the
straight
bodies
up,
was a
though.
note that said 1630 be at the specified location. 1830 ingest capsules. After the effect protect metals await signal mask. There
They
was no
already
signs of a
fucking
struggle
said this
and
one.
it is thought to be a suicide.
Okay. Well, I'll close. Wait, no. Fuck. Can I reopen? Close tab? Hell yeah. Pause that.
Welcome to our
No,
slash
stop. I
espe-
said pause that. Don't you hate it when you pause, but the web page is still loading, and then at the end it refreshes the video player so it unpauses it, even though you got in that super ninja stealth, like with the quickness pause action? God damn it. Okay, so do we want to do something that isn't... Let's do something that's like macabre in a different way. I love this. Do you guys want to do roommate horror stories? Does that sound good to you guys? Hell yeah. Thank you for tweeting me videos. Guys, I'm excited to look through all the stuff that you've been recommending me. I think I'm going to take a bath and I'm going to like listen to creepy stuff. I'm excited. Reddit always recycles the same old mysteries as if everybody hasn't heard of them 100 times. Yeah. You ain't wrong. By all means, always tweet me things that you want me to see. We also, if you guys prefer, if you don't use Twitter, we do have a Zero Doxy subreddit. It's dead. We like it doesn't really get posted to. It doesn't really get posted to hardly ever. But once we start getting regular posts on there, I'm going to start like scrolling Reddit at the stuff that you put there for me to see. And once there's like an influx of stuff there, I will also have mods that screen shit for me so that I don't just like see it and then like we get the channel banned, if that makes sense. But yeah, if you guys go subscribe to reddit.com/r/zer0doxy, if you post stuff on there, I will see it. I will 100% see it. And if we get enough submissions like that, we can start like spending stream time looking at Reddit and talking about the shit that you submitted. You know what I mean? I'm so fucking into that. I'm so into that. I don't want to know what shit lasagna is. It's super fun. You have to write at least 3K and post it on the site we use before this coming Sunday. The first person who succeeds get to give everyone else participating a nickname on our server, and we can't change it for a week. That's cute. I love that. What kind of videos do you want to watch? Will we get insta-banned if we send meme compilations? No, I watch meme compilations, Pancake. We're doing that on Thursday. On Thursday, we were watching meme compilations. As long as it doesn't have DMCA stuff in it, and if it does have DMCA stuff in it, then I hope that you are subscribed to me on Twitch so that I can at least make some money since my videos will all be demonetized. I'm just kidding. You don't have to subscribe to me for me to love you, but I really do want there to not be DMCA stuff. Oh, Lord, the Final Fantasy house. I am trying to reach out to some creators to see if it's okay if we watch their videos and dissect them together on stream. And there is somebody that I want, somebody that is very famous and probably will never, ever answer me, but somebody that covered the Final Fantasy house that I would love to watch some of their videos with you guys, and we would talk about it. I'm not going to say who, so don't even guess, but fingers crossed, man. There's a couple people that I have sent some messages to and some people that I'm going to message. Anyway, yeah. When you say Final Fantasy house, I clearly have something different in mind. Oh my God, Sperry, Final Fantasy house? You don't, do you know about the Final Fantasy house where it was like the otherkin people that like they all thought that they had the souls of Final Fantasy characters? Okay, like the two guesses obviously are correct. By the way, yes, I am emailing Frederick Knudsen. Okay, anyway. Are you guys feeling the roommate horror stories? Does that sound fun to you? Fuck, I can't find it now. Your family's dark secret is really fun too. Hell yeah, I found the real life or the roommate horror stories. I already have the soul of every Final Fantasy character inside of me, so clearly they can't. Oh man, Otherkin. I was Tumblr trash and was all about that stuff back in the day. Full send doxy. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Asoma. I talk so much shit about the person that you used to be. Prove me wrong. Now listen, Sperry, we already talked about this. That's not how it works. The burden of proof does not work that way.
Credit by Haunted.
No, wrong.
Welcome to r/is credit by Haunted TTS.
Say less.
Subscribe and like this video for more, and don't forget to click that bell button for
notifications.
notifications.
Used to follow people like that. Okay, yeah. 4chan paranormal threads
What
are
are
pretty
your roommate
interesting
horror
too.
stories?
There's plenty of channels
My
on
roommate was
YouTube.
from Appalachia.
Yo, if you put DMCA free stuff on my subreddit, we will watch it. You guys, I want you to fill it up. Fill it up with fun stuff for us to watch for Creepy Crochet. As long as it doesn't have visuals to go with it, and as long as it's not DMCA. We're cooking with gas.
West Virginia. Gets drunk and catches a mess of squirrels, brings
I
them
haven't done a
inside the
commercial
apartment house.
in so long.
They're all in the same
We're not
cage.
going to do
When he
any
opens it up to clean
for the
one
rest
before
of the night
cooking
because
it,
we're
they all
almost done
shoot
here.
out
I
and
think
run
this is
off.
probably the last
Dude
video we're
stumbles
doing.
around trying to catch them all again, knocking SHT over. Not me, but my cousin had a roommate her freshman year of college that had to listen to Harry Potter Book 1 on tape every single night to fall asleep.
Ugh.
My cousin bought her headphones, but she refused to wear them because they hurt her ears. She would play it on a portable speaker loud enough to keep my cousin awake all night. The worst part, she wouldn't even start the tape where she left off the previous night. She would play the beginning every night over and over again. Mr.ANDMRS. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive. I am the horror story. When I drink equals I cook. That is why we have rules and a fire extinguisher now. Not so much a nightmare roommate, but I had a ridiculously sheltered and possibly OCD freshman year roommate. In our dorm, the most popular layout of furniture, to maximize the space in the room without bunking the beds, was putting them in an L shape so that one was against the wall with a window, leaving a nice area of open space to hang out in the center of the room. Her mother decided we were not allowed to do this because one of us might roll over in our sleep and fall out the window to our demise 10 floors below. Mind you, the window was 2 feet above the level of the bed and bolted shut. Every night before we went to sleep, Rumi would lock the door, turn the handle to the right, pull on the door 3 times, turn left, pull 3 times, turn right again, and pull 3 times. Every single night. One day I had just taken out the trash and shortly after thrown out some scrap paper in the bin next to our sink. Rumi went to brush her teeth and accidentally knocked her toothbrush into said bin. Rumi proceeds to call her mother to ask whether she should wash off her toothbrush and use it or throw it away and buy a new. She and her mother discussed the topic for about 10 minutes, with Rumi describing the contents of the bin and exactly how long the toothbrush spent in there. Mom apparently then transfers the call to
Hi,
Rumi's
babe.
dad and the conversation
Yeah,
repeats.
please. Can I try
After
it?
discussing the matter at length,
it
it was
delicious?
decided that Rumi should buy a new toothbrush.
Deja vu.
Nice girl, felt bad for her. Hope she was able to branch out a bit.
Yo.
At a roommate freshman year in a shared room
Tastes
who
like
was training
dessert.
for a bodybuilding competition. He would wake up at 5, make a ton of noise,
I love
go for a
you.
run, come back at 6, go to the gym, come back and pose in front of the mirror, sometimes in the nude, all while I was clearly awake. He would also go to bed at 8 p.m. and get pissed if any noise was made. The clicking of the
Deja
keys
Mu.
on my
Oh,
phone
Rena
once set
Georgina
him
likes
off
Deja
because he needed
Mu.
beauty rest. I used to
Milk
live
stout?
with 3
Yeah, it was
other
a milk
girls.
stout. It
I
was
got along
yummy.
with one
That
of them
was
really
very
well,
good.
but the other 2 were casual friends at best. I know most people like to say that they're the one who does the dishes the most, but generally it was me that took care of it. I did them about twice a week because they just piled up every couple of days and nobody would touch them. No big deal. I figured that everybody has different rates for when they want to do dishes, and if my roommates only wanted them washed once a week or so, then I was the odd man out for wanting them cleaned twice a week. So I usually just ended up doing it myself. I didn't mind.
I can't
We had a
count,
lot of other
guys.
little conflicts over the
I'm bad at
semester,
it.
but I always kind of prided ourselves on the fact that we never had a quarrel about dishes. Fast forward a year, I'm living with some new roommates who were friends with the old ones. I'm telling them about the dishes and how
I
I
miss
felt that
drinking
if
beer.
somebody
I
in
miss
the
it so
apartment
much.
wants
I
a certain
fucking love
chore to
craft
be done
beer
a
so
certain way,
much.
they should do it themselves and not expect everyone else to cater to their need if nobody else cares about it. One of them gets a weird look on their face and I ask what's up. She says those girls said you never did the dishes. They said you let them sit in the sink for 3 days without cleaning them. Turns out that the girls in the apartment really wanted the dishes done every day, but they were too passive-aggressive to actually talk to each other about it, so they just let them sit in the sink for 3 days until somebody cracked and did them as punishment. It was absurd. You're a 20-year-old woman and you can't talk to your roommates about some dishes. One night, as some of us sat downstairs enjoying mushrooms, we had one of those fabled shared illusions that our ceiling was exploding and bulging.
I don't
Then a
believe
foot
for
appeared
1
through
minute.
it, followed by a roommate's face. He cursed, then another roommate's face appeared, and he cheered. It turned out they had argued over which downstairs room a bedroom was above, so they ripped up a floorboard and kicked the ceiling through. I've posted this before, but my first roommates invaded my privacy by stealth installing screen viewer software on my desktop and cyberstalking me. They would do SHT like ban my MAC address from the router, which belonged to me, type while I was trying to do homework assignments on my computer, harass me by typing expletives, putting a hard drive in my computer, and cloning my main drive onto it, and out me to other roommates, and online friends to a certain fandom I was part of at the time. I genuinely believed I was being targeted by
Brownie.
an online hacker. I was just a naive, sheltered child with social anxiety. It wasn't until the only decent roommate I had opened up to me and told me what was going on. There were other things, like threats of ganging up on me, and SHT like sarin wrap on the toilet seat and peanut butter in my shoes. Freshman year of college I got stuck with a smelly, antisocial dude who would call his mom on the landline. This was on the cusp of the cell phone explosion in our room, and complain about his classes and professors in the whiniest tone for about 2 hours every single night. He never once hung out with us despite our encouragement, and by the second month in we stopped talking completely. I wonder how he's doing. 4 of us lived in a 4-bedroom house. My roommate had a pretty serious girlfriend who was over all the time. One day she came up to me and asked if I was alright with splitting rent 5 ways instead of 4. Of course I am. She then asked the other 2 roommates the same thing. Yes answers all around. Finally she approached her boyfriend to ask if she could move in with us since all of his roommates already said it was alright. Wait, what was that? She hadn't asked him about it yet. My first semester in college I had a roommate who was a spoiled brat. She didn't know how to use a washing machine. She had so much SHT that my stuff was just this little blob of blue and a sea of pink. She was always cold so kept the temperature up really high. She would always bring guys back to the dorm room and I'd have to hang out in the common room. I finally got fed up with that.
Yeah.
She brought a guy back and tried getting up to something. She kept giving me looks and I just ignored her. He finally left, and she was like, "Why didn't you leave?" I told her to FCK off, because
Yeah.
it was my room too. Though, she once left a guy in our dorm to go run off and do something. He was pretty cool, and we watched a football game together. At university, one of my housemates had his girlfriend around in the winter and decided to get out his reusable hand warmer, and all you need to do is to immerse it in boiling water until the stuff inside it melts. He, however, decides to put it in a saucepan on the hob, then go out for hours.
What's on the
With
hob?
my room being the closest to the kitchen, I start to smell burning first, but not until the entire living room and kitchen had filled with a bluish smoke with no windows or doors open.
Oh, gross.
So I had to be the one to hold my breath, run and open all the windows and doors to the outside, and make sure nothing was on fire. Thankfully, there was so much smoke the fire on the hob had been put out. I should also point out I am asthmatic and had to go for a checkup and chest
That
x-ray
sucks.
following this, as whatever was in the hand warmer had aggravated my lungs. This same person left the front door unlocked when no one was inside several times in an area with a large amount of crime, and took personal offense when we asked him to not leave food uncovered on the side, or asked him to stop leaving all of his washing up in the sink, so we had to either wash it all up or pick his stuff out. I'm actually the horrifying roommate. I didn't do any of this SHT on purpose, but you can't actually help what you do when you're asleep, can you? First, I snore. My roommate and I shared the same room, and she eventually got used to it. It wasn't bad, but going from sleeping alone to sharing a room with someone who snores SCKS. Second, I
Definitely.
talk in my sleep. Not full sentences or anything,
talk
but
in my
enough for my
sleep really
roommate
bad,
to hear a
too.
word or two every hour or so
Josiah
that she
always
was
tells
still
me
awake in our
when
room.
I'm talking in my
Third,
sleep.
I move around a lot. A lot of the time in the beginning of us sharing a room, she thought I was waking up when really I was still dead asleep. This brings us to the actual horror part though. I'd count how many times this happened, but it was often enough to freak my roommate out, but I would sit up in bed. But how is this horrifying, you ask? I would sit up in bed, turn my head, stare at her with my eyes so dilated that they looked black, and growl, make scary noises. Sleep talk was most likely snoring along with muttering the occasional word. That's how I was the
You are
horrifying
not
roommate.
snoring if you're sitting up, you
Not my
fucking
story,
ding
but
dong.
my neighbor had a roommate freshman
Not
year
how
who was a
that
total
works.
stoner. So much so that he rarely left his room. A half of the school year through, he got pretty sick.
Unless you're
Smoked
like
more weed and left
way
his room even
overweight
less.
or have like
Never went to the doctor
serious
because he was
palate
always
problems.
stoned and didn't want to get caught. He was sick for the entire third and fourth quarter. Mid-fourth quarter, he busts out of his room and yells, "I just SHT blood. Take me to the hospital." He went and found out his appendix burst a month ago, and he could have easily died at any second.
No,
He
it
also had
didn't.
some other kind of severe virus that I can't quite remember what it was called,
A
but
month?
also could have easily killed him had he gone any longer without a doctor. Scary to think how easy somebody can fall into something like that. I came home after work one morning to smoke barreling out of my oven. My roommate left a pizza cooking all night, well passed out drunk. He lived through the smoke, but everything I owned, including all my furniture and property, reeked of putrid smoke
Burst
for 3
appendix
weeks.
kills in hours. Yeah, you do not have fucking. You do not have a month to survive if your fucking literal poison sac explodes inside of you. Yeah, the hard drive in the computer is pretty far-fetched also. Like, also, how did you not notice? How did you not notice? Don't tell me that you wouldn't notice that. Like, do you never open your file explorer? Ever? Your dad snores when sleeping in his chair if his head tilts to the side. I imagine he's 1, reclined, and 2, his head is tilted to the side. So I imagine that that's probably why. This lady says that she's sitting straight up with her like head looked at the. She's not. That's not how it works. You can live for a long time with appendicitis, but if it bursts, you're in trouble. Yeah, for sure.
One of my roommates was a real slob. We got on his ass about messes in the kitchen, but there wasn't much we could do about his room. Anyways, one night we woke up to his yells, and when I opened his door, a raccoon ran out of his room, which my other roommate shot and killed. My dirty ass roommate fell asleep with his window open, and a raccoon ended up coming in and eating random SHT strewn about his room. Is that a raw chicken breast on the tap in the bathroom? One of my roommates on seeing a raw chicken breast left on the bathroom tap by my other roommate. The very sheltered
I
roommate
bet you anything it is not a raw chicken breast and it was a fake titty. I bet you anything. Those things look so much like a raw chicken breast. Especially if they white people colored. How you can recover from it is just an appendix infection. I didn't know that. I thought that once you had appendicitis, like, it was going to burst. I did not know that you could recover from it. Making me feel old since first PCs had actual locks on them, yeah.
I had living downstairs was very open about her singing. She had no shame and talent to match. Singing Cher's Believe was one of her Saturday morning go-tos. Hey, it could be worse, right? Well, maybe. 5 a.m. is just too early for Cher. But what was most disturbing was her Backstreet Boys rendition of I Want It That Way. This is when things get odd. Maybe she was just trolling me, but she would belt out this tune when she got ready for bed after an evening shift. The odd thing about it was how long she would sing it for. There were nights where I would wake up at 4 a.m. and she was still singing. Just as bad and just as passionate. I had enough. I went downstairs to ask her to wait until morning. But it was dark. No lights at all. Even in her room it was dark. 4 a.m. and Cher singing her heart out in bed. So I knock and the singing stops. She opens the door all confused and she barely has a voice left. The next morning I apologize for surprising her, but I couldn't sleep with all her Backstreet Boys singing. She doesn't understand what I'm talking about, but it suddenly occurred to me that she was singing in her sleep. Every night. So how could I expect her to just not sing in her sleep? Maybe she was trolling me. But for 8 months this little woman with no friends and no family close by sung Backstreet Boys in her sleep.
I don't believe it.
I had a horrible nightmare roommate who had no sense of smell. Her boyfriend was a creep who lived with us without my permission and they each paid 1/4 of the rent, while I paid half. He also loved to leave hair in the bathroom sink. She got pet rats that stank, and they escaped and ate pooped on a bunch of my stuff when I was out of the apartment on winter break.
Okay, well, I think we're gonna call it. That was the end of the horror roommate stories. But we had a fun time today. Tell me why. You're fun, Rena Georgina. I'm happy that you came in tonight. All right, everybody, we had a good time. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm gonna run some commercials. We'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna do, I think, unedited footage of a bear with a special guest tomorrow. So I'm very excited. Okay, please hang out for ads for me. Thank you. I love you. Goodbye.